Good morning. It's Saturday, July 13th. Is that right? July 13th, 2024, 10 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for a live stream playthrough of a cold case game from a series called Cold Case Crackers. Very unusual for us to be streaming this early in the morning. This is when the crazies are awake, and I see we've got a bunch of them in the channel here. YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers. We definitely get more viewers when we stream in the afternoons on the weekends. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I can't tell you. This is definitely not my normal time, though. But we're going to chat a bit today. We'll take our time. And then we'll get into what we're playing here. So let me just check in with the chat. Autumn and Cody are here. Autumn and Cody are going to make their own YouTube channel soon. They're just getting ready to start up streaming it. They're going to start streaming one of the 7 Citadel curses. I wouldn't mind getting back to playing 7 Citadel at some point. I'll have to talk to Jonathan Warner about that, though. We've got our normal people here. Marlene Schlichter and Nelson are here. 2 people who were wonderful enough to join the Patreon for this channel. I just remembered to add them to the little credits thing. And Theo Colley was asking, why do we put countdowns? Why do I put countdowns in the middle of your streams? Well, the countdowns are up there during the breaks, just to show the countdown to the break ending, and we're live streaming it. So I got to have something up there. Let's just catch up a little bit and talk. So Cody and I've talked before about how I made a whole series of videos on creating a small board game YouTube setup studio in your house. And I recorded that quite a while ago, maybe a year or 2 ago. And Cody and Autumn said they're taking a look at that. One of the interesting things is about that is that Most of the hardware stuff I talked about that is all still valid. When I did the software discussion of that course, which is on Udemy as well as YouTube, that sort of got short shrift because I was in a sort of transitional time. I went from using an ATEM Mini, which is a hardware device for switching cameras, to using OBS, which is a software-based software-based switching system and streaming system. And the ATEM Mini is great for people who don't ever want to mess with software, who don't have a high-powered computer. It sort of takes care of everything. It does the nice fade transitions. It shows you a nice screen where you can see all your cameras. It's sort of an all-in-one hardware-based solution. Takes care of the streaming. And it's very powerful, and people have written software to work with it. And it's sort of foolproof, and I used it for a while, but I did move on to using OBS, which I have fallen in love with, and I've since written a whole bunch of plugins and software for. And one of the recent plugins I wrote for managing dock sets is actually getting some attention now, which is fun. All right, what else should we talk about before we get started here? As far as schedule goes, I apologize for not giving more notice to this afternoon's stream. Yesterday I posted and said maybe we should play a bunch of games on Saturday, but I've got some stuff I have to take care of. I have 4 little reviews that I have to record for this channel today, games we've played recently, and I put off recording these reviews after we play a game, and the longer I put them off, the more I forget the game, the harder it is to do. So I really have to get those recorded. So I was originally thinking maybe we'd do 2 streams and like stream all through today, but no one was clamoring for that. So I think we'll just stream this today. It'll take us a couple hours to play through, and then after we're done, I'll try to record little quick reviews for the games we've played over the last couple weeks, including Guilty, which was quite an unusual experience. Other bookkeeping, I'll remind you that Gen Con is first week of August. That's the board gaming convention in Indianapolis. I will be at that. I will be bringing High and Low, my New York Noir detective game that I've been working on for the last year with lots of help from the channel. If you are going to be attending Gen Con and have any interest in playing High and Low or just getting together to say hello, please do let me know. There's a Discord for this channel and the Board Game Geek Guild. There are links to both of those on the YouTube page. What else? I should tell you, if you're missing seeing Greg on this channel, Greg has a movie review channel, mostly top 10 lists, and a board game channel, and he just posted his 2-year update to his movie review channel, sort of a discussion of the channel. You might want to check out that. There's a link to that on the YouTube information for this page. What else? Tomorrow, we'll be playing the 3rd letter in the Dear Holmes case that we've been playing, which is getting pretty interesting, actually. And I'm acutely aware now of these play-by-mail game issues because I'm now in the process of planning how to write the software, in the process of writing the software for the back end of High and Low to support play-by-mail games, which is very exciting. And if you're a programmer and interested in being part of the project, there's lots of programming projects, little spin-offs that I could use help for. I'm right now writing a version 2 of the language for writing these cases and books and now play-by-mail games for High and Low, and I'm always happy to have people to talk about that with. Okay, what else before we get into the game we're going to play today? Anything else from the chat? Any projects anyone wants to talk about working on? So I thanked the Patreon supporters of this channel. You've heard me on this channel talk a lot about how the board game YouTube world is the incentives are all messed up, and the relationships between reviewers and the publishers and their paid Kickstarter previews and all that is all messed up. And I am so thrilled to have such a healthy relationship on this channel with those of you who join me for these videos. It's a pleasure to have you play these games with me, and it is an honor to have the support from some of you to actually pay for the games. I along with the Patreon supporters of this channel, pay for all the games we play. And I did actually order a chair. I went to look at office chairs the other day, spent an hour, and then decided to order one online. But part of that chair and the new camera was helped paid for by viewers like you who decided to support the channel, and I do appreciate that. Nelson says, I just received the graphical novel Replay by Jordan Mechner. I'm dying to read it. I don't think I know that. Replay. Don't know it. I should probably, Autumn says the videos were helpful. I should probably start recording a couple more videos on using OBS and the plugins and configurations I use. I mean, I've written a bunch of plugins for OBS that I use that are useful, but there's lots of tips for OBS use that might be relevant specifically to people filming board games. There's a whole sub-world of YouTubers that just focus on OBS. And it's a weird little meta world, and they're making their full-time living off it. I don't quite understand how it works, but if you're curious about using OBS, there's lots of streamers talking about it. Some of them are recording videos on my latest plugin. It is an interesting experience, though. Okay. What is... Nelson says it's his family's autobiography, including his career as a computer game developer. Huh. There are a bunch of interesting books written, nonfiction books written about game design. One of the ones I read that I particularly liked was the guy who coded Prince of Persia, wrote a book about the process. Those were the old days, though, when one person made a game. It's pretty rare now, although there's a nice, healthy indie world of developers now. The big games are not developed by one person, but there's a big, healthy indie development community where one people are making games. Oh, Nelson says that's him. Really? So you're saying he wrote a third book. I mean, I know he wrote a book about Prince of Persia, and then he might have written another book about one of his previous games. Okay, so it's the same person. That's interesting. What else? Is that it? Are we ready to get started today? I think we're ready. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to play today. We're going to play a game from Cold Case Crackers. There are actually 5 games in the series. There's 4 that were out, and then a 5th one came out maybe in 2022. Now, I picked these all up used. They have been played, but they seem to be reset in perfect condition. We played the first one in a stream like this, where the audience decided what game to play, and now we're definitely going to play another one of them, but the audience is going to choose which of these cases we play. They are still available. They're made by a small independent company. I think just 3 brothers. They've got a website, and you can buy them on Amazon or through the website directly. Same price, about $27. You can probably pick them up used on eBay as well. Obviously, if you are going to if you are going to order it, better to order it from the company standpoint through their direct website. So we played one of these. Which one did we play? We played the bank heist one, which is this one right here, Fair Lake Bank Heist. So we won't be playing that again, obviously. But I do remember what our take on it was. And I remember that we were pleasantly surprised, and you never know what to get with these smaller companies. But it was quite good. It was a little bit on the easy side, but well produced, a good story, and had some internet use, some multimedia on the internet, and an interesting, fully fleshed out way to answer end game questions, etc. So I wouldn't say I have high expectations, but we sort of know what to expect and expect a reasonably good experience here. So here are the choices that the audience can choose from. We've got the Clearwater Hotel murders case. Okay, so murder at a hotel. Hotel or motel? Hotel. Reminds me of the Hunt-A-Killer small box murder at the motel. And then we've got this one. So I think these are in order that they were made. So our Fair Lake heist was case C. I think maybe that's the third case. The hotel is case D. Then case B is the train bomber, a train bomber case. The Addenberg train bomber. I guess this one is most compelling to me as a story. Train bomber case. And then case A might have been the first case. Looks like it's about a victim. 12th Street theater case. Okay, so a small little theater, a small hotel, or a train bombing. So, this reminds me of movies. I think I've recommended this movie before, but a really great movie, if you haven't seen it, is Riders of Justice with Mads Mikkelsen. If you haven't seen Riders of Justice, it's quite good. It's quite special. And then yesterday we went and saw Longlegs, which is a new horror movie directed by the son of Anthony Perkins, and I did not like it. I can see there are some real mixed reviews on the internet. I just thought there were some very poor directorial choices that were made, and disappointing, very disappointing. Okay, so let's see what the chat wants to play. Let's just bring up the vote and just have a vote on it. I guess, can someone vote for me? So if someone says, what are you supposed to say to get my vote on the record? So normally you just type vote for whatever your option is. If someone writes Jesse votes for train bomber, exclamation point vote. That's probably how I should have written it, but just type vote for and then whatever you want to vote for. All right, Teresa's voting for the hotel. I can hear my cat meowing out there. Autumn is voting for the theater. Nelson is voting for the train bomber. I suppose I don't have a strong preference. 2 votes for the theater. Okay. 2 votes for train bomber. My cat is meowing. It knows how to come in. What's behind the door that you can't see is the cat has got its little sock in its jaw, and it wants someone to come out and see that she can come in. She's got the reason she's not coming in is she's got her little sock in her mouth, and she wants someone to come play with her. All right, 3 votes for the train. Actually, 5 votes for train, it looks like. 1 vote for hotel, 2 votes for theater. So it looks like we're probably going to play the train bomber case. All right, let's see if my vote came in. Did it work? Why didn't it? You got to write Jesse without the I. It picks up on my name here. Let's see if I can. I'm curious what happens if I try to bring up the YouTube stats on this page now. Okay, so here's our stream right now as we're speaking. It says 18 concurrent viewers. There's a little chart, but it's hidden back here. All right, so I'm on the record here. We've got 6 votes for the train, 2 votes for hotel, 2 votes for theater. So it looks like we're going to be playing the train bomber. All right, I'm going to turn off this vote here. So we're going to play the train bombing case. All right, let's see. Case B. All right. We have a little introduction here. Maybe that's over here. Got envelopes. So whenever you buy these games new, you don't know if they were put away in the same order that they came or if that's even important. And this game, I do remember one of the odd things about the Case Crackers games, Cold Case Crackers, is there's like 2 folders and it's not clear what's where. But just imagine we're inheriting this cold case and the cops have not left it in perfect condition. So we're just rummaging through here looking for, but surely there's some introduction somewhere. Here we go. All right, let's read this together. Oh, looks like we're a little bit out of focus here. I was messing with the top-down camera a little bit. Let me see what I can do here. Okay, this should be better. It's just gonna wobble for a little bit. All right, here we go. The Addenberg train bomber case. On Sunday, June 22nd, 2003, an unknown person detonated an explosive on a passenger train outside of the city of Addenberg, New York. The explosive device killed 5 people, wounded another 8 in the blast. Original suspects include Thomas Albany, a blogger, Karen Cole, a conductor, Tyler Vaughn, lieutenant, Ed Golick, political activist, and Robert Towns, the rail yard worker. All 5 of these original suspects cooperated with investigators and provided statements and fingerprints. However, given the lack of evidence from the bombing, the case has gone cold, and the unknown subject responsible for the gruesome attack has escaped justice. A year and a half later, police managed to find an online server that is confirmed to have been used by the Addenberg bomber. The forensic and technology departments have tried to gain access, but were unable to crack into it. The head detective is confident that the files contained on the server are directly from the unknown subject. Access to the server can be found at this address. So it looks like we might have to get into this website as our first mission here. The bomber had originally sent a threatening letter to the police on June 15, 2003. And an alarming movement in the case came 2 days ago on January 17, 2005, when a second letter showed up. Investigators were able to confirm a link between the letters and authenticated the second letter to be from the Addenberg bomber. Like the first letter, it mentioned an attack that will happen in 7 days. With only 5 days left, the head detective has enlisted help from the Cold Case Crackers to finally bring justice to the bomber, closure to the families of the victims, and to stop the new bomb from hurting any more innocent people. Once your investigation team is ready, visit the site to hear from the case's original detective. Okay, so we'll start there by listening to some multimedia maybe. Rules and gameplay. It's your job to accomplish each phase in order to crack the case and apprehend the bomber. When you feel you have the appropriate evidence to complete a phase and further the investigation, we go online to do it. Use all evidence. Sometimes relevant evidence can hide in plain sight. Evidence can be accessed online. Some evidence is only online. If you need help progressing in the game, contact the tip line. No limit to the number of players. We recommend 1 to 6. Disclaimer, all descriptions are fictional. Okay, so it sounds like we're ready to, when we're ready to start, we're going to go to this website and do that. All right, so let's go ahead and open this up here. All right, so we have some multimedia. Where is my, let's see if we can get this to work so we can listen together.
My name is Detective Crenshaw. I was the original detective on the Addenberg train bombing case. I wanted to say hello to your whole detective team and thank you for taking this case. We've gone a whole year without a break. We were able to identify a media server that the bomber is using, but have not been able to crack into it. And just recently, the bomber sent another note to a local precinct threatening to detonate another explosive in 7 days. With only 5 days left, I knew we needed to contact the cold case crackers. When you believe your team is ready to take this case, please find the original case file I sent over and get started. We are counting on your team to help find our bomber and stop any more attacks on innocent people. Good luck.
Okay, so no clues, just recap. And then there's some text here. Is this also just a recap? This seems like it's just a recap of what we already read. Files on the server that are known to be from the subject. Okay, so nothing new for us here unless I missed something while I was distracted. So we're not told what stage. Usually, though, this game has multiple stages, 4 phases. Normally, we're told what we should do for phase 1, though. But we've got a ton of information. I guess we're just going to look through the documents for a bit. Teresa said she's already seen this case played on another channel. Really? Well, what's the point then of us doing this? But I guess the point is for us to enjoy the case. All right, so here are our suspects. I guess we're just going to go through the documents we have, then maybe we'll try to get into the server. But we don't really know what our stages are unless I'm missing something. Normally we would be told what the first stage is. But it's okay, we'll play it by ear. But let's start by just going through the documents for fun. This feels real, like we're inherited a cold case and we're just starting from scratch. It says in the envelope, open after you have read the rules. Did it say to open the envelope? I don't remember it telling me when to open an envelope. I mean, it does give us a link to the web server. It sounds like we should start there. I suppose we could open that. But if you can tell me where it says to start by opening... Oh, I see. Phil Taylor is saying Open after you have read rules and gameplay. Okay, so maybe it does want us to start there. I thought we would start by looking at Karen, but all right, Karen, we will wait. We'll hold on you. Let's follow the proper rules. All right, it does indeed say open after you have read the rules and gameplay. Okay, so let's see how phase 1 is going to work. Actually, quite a bit of material in this game here. I see. We've got our first letter. Kind of odd that you would be getting special documents in the phase 1 envelope separately from the documents here, but maybe this is our focus. Okay, let's take a look. Using the statements of the individuals on the train the day of the bombing, detectives have determined there is a key witness that left the train prior to the detonation. This key witness could hold information that will aid in the investigation. Which 2 artifacts identify the key witness? So I remember this. A bunch of the cold case games use this system where you have to identify which documents prove which facts, and I really like that as a decision, as a system. And this one is really doubling down on it. I mean, look at all these are all these documents that are available to us in our initial set. And that's what we're going to try to do now. We have to choose 2 items, go to the website, put them in, and there is a hint system. Okay, so here's our first assignment. There's a key witness got off the train prior to the detonation, and it's not asking us who the witness is. It's asking us what evidence tells us who the witness is. Okay, so now we've got this additional information. We have access to all of this, but we also have access to these in particular. All right, what have we got here? We've got the train schedule. 5 different trains and their stops and times. Let's go zoom in on this a little bit better so we know what we're working with here. Scheduled times, fare payment, a special quiet ride car, holidays, severe weather service. Okay. Do we have a date for our... Yes, okay. Sunday, June 22nd, unknown person detonated. So if we're taking our notes, our bombing is Sunday, June 22nd is our bombing. And then what were we told about this follow-up? Originally sent a threatening letter to police June 15th. So June 15th is the original letter. 7 days before the bombing, a letter. And then January 17th, 2005 is a second letter. These were all 2003. Okay, so if the pattern holds, we'll have 7 days before the next bombing, and that's exactly what it says. Next attack in 7 days. Okay. So it's a weekend train. Do we care about that? Yes, because it means no quiet ride available. No holidays that we know about. Okay. Here's our passenger manifest. Okay, and we're told about a bunch of original suspects. I guess these are people that weren't on the train. Well, they didn't all, not everyone on the train died, so maybe a suspect was on the train. I don't see any of them, though. Okay, how they paid, when they bought their ticket, and where they were seating on the train. Pretty good. Okay, but we do have what's happening here? We were Karen Cole was the conductor scheduled to be driving the train, but maybe she wasn't the actual one, and maybe that's why they suspect her. But here are our employees, passengers. Okay. And then here was the letter that came a week before the train. Looks like YO is missing. USILLY is missing. OY. Don't get it. In 7 days, I will finish what I started. So for some reason, we're missing an O and still don't get it, and a T. So I think we're missing an O and a T. I want to write that down. Letter 1, O and a T. And what does he mean you still don't get it? What is the still don't get it? Does that mean there was some prior communication that we don't know about? I will finish what I started. So what is this person started? We don't know. That's intriguing though. Okay. January 17th, 2005. So this is the second letter. I see now it makes more sense. This is this new letter. The new letter is saying you still don't get it. 2 years ago I blew up a train and now I'm going to finish what I started. Okay, so that makes more sense. And what have we got here? Bomb defusal guide. Okay, so look at this. Different code names for bombs. The blast radius. Really? A 6-mile blast radius? These are not normal. This is like military grade bombs. Terrorists don't have access to bombs that have a 7-mile radius, I don't think, unless there's something I'm missing, but okay. Maybe that means at 7 miles you're completely safe from any possible shrapnel, but all right. Description of the bomb, and then this is how to defuse it. Okay, so we don't need that yet, obviously. But we might need it eventually. All right, well, not much use for that information yet. All right. Marco asks, is this the 2005 letter? Yes, we did confirm. All right, so let's go through our documents with an eye and an ear towards someone that may have gotten off the train. So probably what we're looking for is evidence, I guess, that one of these people got off the train, right? Because that's our assignment. What key witness got off the train? So it could be one. It's probably one of these people. It could be someone that got off at their scheduled stop or got off unusually. So where's our Addenberg? Addenberg University. Okay, so we don't know what train. Do we know what train blew up? No. Outside of Addenberg. So probably it was a train to Addenberg and someone may have gotten on and then gotten off before it for whatever reason. Okay. Let us just go through the evidence a bit and familiarize ourselves with the case. Although we're not trying to find our suspect yet. We're just trying to find a witness. But let's familiarize ourselves with the case. It seems like that's a good idea. So Karen Cole, the conductor, from what we've just seen, she may not have been the actual conductor on the train at the time, but may be scheduled to be the conductor. Not sure. Okay, Karen. Ed Golick, a political activist. Robert Towns, a rail yard worker. Thomas Albany, a blogger. I guess we're going to get information about why these were all suspects eventually. And Tyler Vaughn, the lieutenant. Police officer, lieutenant? Okay, those are our suspects. Let's see what else we got. So we've got witness statements. This looks like the original letter. Let's see. It's coming. 7 days will bring truth. Okay, so all letters in this one. 6/15/2003. Here's our original letter. It is coming. 7 days will bring the truth. So what is this truth this bomber is trying to tell us? We don't know. Okay, then we've got our original witness statements from 2003. Is that right? Yes. Okay, so here are original witness statements. Probably not the witness we're looking for. So I'm going to put these off for a bit. Let's see what else. Here's the Antioch train map. Let's see if we can understand the train at least. So we're looking for a train to Addenberg. Addenberg International Airport. Here, no, where's our routes on the trains? Okay, so here are different trains. Do we not know the train number? It seems like that would be one of the first things we could try to pick up. Look, here's a photo of the bombing. That's pretty serious. Okay, right outside Addenberg. We've got information about our suspect's passenger photo lineup. That seems like that would be relevant for us. We've got our suspects, interviews, incident report. Yes, let's start there. Oh, and newspaper reports. Okay, we'll start there. All right. Let's start with the official incident report. Then we'll see if we can't figure out, lock down what train it is. Okay. So Addenberg police report here. 6:42 p.m. I was called to the scene of an explosion aboard a train traveling west near Ruby Road. Further action, yes, followed with Antioch Railways to get a list of passengers and employees on board. An explosive device was detonated aboard a train on the H line headed west near Ruby Road. Federal authorities on scene collected forensic evidence, will report back to Addenberg. Okay. The H line headed west near Ruby Road. There's Ruby Road. So does that mean this is the H line? We're heading west near Ruby Road. And here is our train. I guess these are all on this route here. So Cardinal Place, Ruby Road. So here we are going this way. But I thought it was heading west. That would be going in the opposite direction. So that's a little bit confusing for me. Okay. 4 reported dead, 6 others injured. Unofficial, we need the passenger manifest in order to account for all persons. 5 witnesses who gave statements to the police on the scene, potentially others that need to be identified and questioned. Follow up with federal authorities to make sure evidence is provided to local officials. Send incident report to the Department of Transportation and Railway Safety. Train passengers were asked about a potential key witness who sat near the car that contained the bomb. This key witness got off at a stop prior to detonation. Need to identify this witness. Okay, so that's directly related to our task here. So they got off prior to destination, 1 stop prior to detonation, and the detonation was near Ruby Road. So the only thing that's confusing me about this is he says it's an H-line train headed west, but the schedule we've been given here looks like it's going east against the schedule, or it looks like it's going east this way. So if that's a typo and the train was really going east, then the stop before Ruby Road would be the starting trip of the train, Cardinal Road. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so if these aren't our actual trains, but just other trains, then maybe we should be looking at an westerly train, not on this list, and the stop before Ruby Road would be Cannon Drive. If these aren't our trains, if this is a different train, and this is the H line. Here it is. Orange is the H line. Okay. So assuming the train was going west, it's not any of these trains, but some separate train. The stop before Ruby Road would be Cannon Drive. Marco says, this is the 2005 schedule. Well, you're right. Updated 2005. Okay, so this is not our schedule. All right, but here's our H line. Here's our train that blew up going west. It blew up somewhere here. So our key witness got off at Cannon Drive. I think we're being led to believe. No idea where they got on. And sat near the car. Sat near the detonation car. And from our photo, can we know anything about that destination car? Not really. We could try to count cars, but maybe we'll be told. Okay. What's next for us? Let's read some newspaper articles about the explosion and see what we can find. Let's read an article about our explosion. 5 dead, 8 injured in train bombing downtown by Patricia Walters, June 24, 2003. Okay. There's a photo of our train bombing. Nothing jumps out at me from that. Sunday night around 6:30 p.m., a train traveling through Addenberg, New York, exploded in a massive blast. The train was traveling west and was only 30 minutes from its last stop of the evening. First responders arrived just minutes before the explosion to find fiery debris and mangled metal scattered hundreds of yards away. The train itself was a passenger train and was carrying no flammable or potentially explosive cargo. A fire chief on the scene reported that the explosion is believed to have been caused by a detonated device. Fire and police departments of Addenberg released a statement within an hour stating that this was indeed an attack on innocent civilians without logic or reason, and our first responders are doing everything in their power to save lives and maintain order. The alleged bomb was believed to be located on the train itself and not on or near the tracks. Preliminary evidence on the scene shows that the bomb was located near the 6th or 7th car of the train. The blast was so severe that track vibrations were noticed over 5 miles away. It has not yet been confirmed when the bomb was placed on the train or how the bomber managed to accomplish getting it aboard. It is also not known at this time if the device was triggered remotely or by a timing device. Okay, very cool little snippets of information here. All right, so 6:30 p.m. is the blast. 30 minutes from last stop. 30 minutes from the last stop. Okay. That's not Ruby Road. That's the last stop on the line. And then we're told what car we think the bomb was placed in. 6th or 7th car. I don't know why they don't. It seems like only one car got really destroyed. It seems like you should know whether that's the 6th or 7th car. Maybe the newspaper writer doesn't know. Doesn't know how it got put on the train. Well, I mean, trains in America, you don't have to show ID to get on. You just get on. They don't scan your bags. Okay, local to police departments and the FBI have already established a multi-department task force as the investigation gets underway. In an effort to clear the scene, a 3-mile perimeter has been secured around the blast site. The task force has not yet released any suspects or motives at this time. They did, however, release information regarding a potential threat a week earlier. FBI Chief Colin Mosley remarked, "There is a letter that may potentially be linked to the bombing, but we have yet to authenticate it." It was reported to the Addenberg Chronicle this morning that the 14th Precinct had received the threatening letter a week prior to the bombing. Although the actual letter has not yet been released to the public, sources confirm that this letter contained details specific to the train explosion. The letter was initially dismissed by authorities. "This kind of thing happens pretty often," one officer said as explanation as to why this lead wasn't followed immediately. "We realize now that labeling this as a prank was a mistake, but you have to understand that usually these things aren't ever serious. We owe it to the families of the deceased to get to the bottom of this, and that's what we intend to do," he added solemnly. The current death toll of yesterday's attack has reached 5 souls and another 8 victims in critical care at Adden Memorial Hospital. 3 of the 5 were found dead on the scene. An ALN news network was told this morning that their deaths were within seconds of the explosion. The other 2 that perished passed away minutes before arriving to the hospital via ambulance. They both sustained internal bleeding and severe bruises and burns to their necks and torsos. The 8 victims that are currently in the hospital have injuries ranging from concussions to severe burns, and one of the victims of the explosion has been announced and is none other than Travis Whitby, the only son of Chandler Whitby, the mayor of Addenberg. It was public information that Travis Whitby was traveling to Edston, New York, to attend the Northeastern Climate Conference in support of his father's new pollution policy. Authorities intend to investigate further into whether or not this high-profile figure was a target. Mayor Whitby has declined to comment at this time and has asked for privacy during this tragic time. He is expected to issue a statement about the crash later this week. The identities of the remaining victims are being withheld from the press to protect the privacy of the families and the integrity of the investigation. Police are unsure if the identities of any passengers are related to the attack, but are considering all angles. In the past 24 hours, there has been no attempt by any person or group to take credit for the attack. However, theories continue to mount this morning, spanning from national terrorism to targeted attacks. Some have insinuated the train company's involvement, while others write it off as another purposeless act of domestic terror. Wherever the investigation leads, it is certainly true that everyone in New York is on high alert. Marco points out that 5 miles vibration radius could be related to the bomb type. That is interesting, although traveling down, I think logically it shouldn't, but I see why from a metagame perspective you are saying it could be. I mean, logically, the distance it travels down, the distance that you could feel the vibrations down the railway tracks doesn't seem like it's the same as a bomb blast radius. But here, look, in an effort to clear the scene, a 3-mile wide perimeter, that seems more likely to be the bomb blast. But let's just write down 3-mile wide perimeter. That feels like that would be closer to a bomb blast radius. But then there's also what Marco was saying, 5 miles vibration. Let's just put that down there. But if I had to guess, I would say the 3-mile wide is closer to our bomb blast list. Where is that? So maybe if you had to guess, you'd be looking at 10-8-4-4-4 incendiary with manual detonation, but who knows? Any other clues? Okay, so possible motive, mayor's son on board and known to be on board the train. However, let's remember the letter gets sent in a week ahead of time. So unless this son was known to be on this train scheduled a week ahead of time, then that's no good. All right. Let's see if there's any interesting article on the back of this. Liberty Island is reopening. These are all June 24th. Okay. Star-shaped peso close to the public. All right, so what we're going to do is normally we would read all of these articles in full, but we're going to skim them for now. We'll come back to them. Victor Martinez, 12, remarked it's his first trip. City council meeting scheduled to discuss new power plant. I mean, anytime you have a terrorist act like this, you should be looking for someone like the Unabomber who is opposed, trying to make some statement. So the son is going to a climate change conference. This is a climate change related, energy related article. So let's take a look at this. Local officials have scheduled a meeting to discuss the plans to construct a new power plant just outside the city. The meeting will take place next Wednesday from 6 to 8 p.m. The public is welcome and encouraged to attend. There will be a short presentation by the city followed by a Q&A session where community members are allowed to ask questions. This new meeting was scheduled after there was a huge backlash from the community after the plans to build the power plant were released. City Council member Jane Hathaway originally said, "We fully understand the consequences of building the power plant. We have weighed the benefits and costs and have ultimately determined it is what's best for the future of the city." We spoke with Council member Hathaway after the new meeting was scheduled, and she said, "We have heard the voice of the community and are reevaluating the decision to build the plant. These types of decisions are always controversial and very difficult to make. You can be assured that in the end we will do what's best for the city." A major critic of building the plant was local citizen Ed Golick. That's why Ed Golick is one of our suspects. Mr. Golick led a major protest earlier in the week to send a message to the city that building the plant was not what the citizens want. He said, "It's beautiful when democracy works. We sent a message to the council members that if they went through with the plant, we would vote them out. They appear to have heard the message, but we will see what they do. Regardless of what the city decides next week, continued. Okay, so a couple things jump out. First of all, it looks like at the time of the bombing, protesters of this power plant had every reason to think they had derailed it. So it's hard to see this power plant as being a motive to blow up this train in protest, because at the time of the explosion, it seems like they had solved this. On the other hand, if we look at this explosion as happening for the 2003 thing to protest it, and we have another bombing 2 years later, we might be looking, is there another power plant related incident or plan that was happening in 2005 that this protester might have set off this bomb to protest? But this doesn't seem like it's very convincing motive, given that they thought they defeated it. All right. Now it's 2003 near our bombing. Why do we have articles from 2002? Because we have an article about a train derailment. So here's a train derailment. I'm going to read this and then I'll check in with the chat and see about any thoughts. Okay, so a year before our bombing, city and state police ruled out any foul play regarding the derailment on May the 7th. Penny Lipton, press liaison for New York State Police, commented earlier this week, "We have no reason to believe that this derailment was anything more than a tragic accident. We will continue to assist Antioch and the Department of Transportation to help them determine exactly what the cause was." The exact cause of the crash is still unknown at this time. However, there have been many theories shared on local news Channel 4. Retired train engineer James Grease mentioned the warped steel on a particular section of the northeast track. However, this has not been confirmed by anyone from Antioch Railways or the New York Department of Transportation. With all the unknowns still surrounding this awful accident, the train company's announcement came as a shock to many last night. The investigation came to an end last night, exactly 1 week after the incident took place, as Jason Carter, CEO of Antioch Railways, announced, "We have closed the case of the last week's deadly incident and officially deem it an unpredictable failure of machinery." It went on to describe it later as an event only God can understand, and that at this time resources are best used maintaining high standards for all railways and trains. The community has responded with outrage this morning, citing the railway's deteriorating condition over the past years. An employee for the train company, conductor Karen Cole, one of our suspects, said earlier this week, "I'm ashamed to work for a company that would clearly disregard an incident as tragic as this." Funeral services have had massive turnout across Addenberg this past week. One service this weekend is a joint service for 3 of the victims at Wellview United Church. Samantha G., Rebecca L., and Megan T. were 3 lifelong friends that were traveling together that day, returning from a soccer trip, each of whom was married, and together their husbands will celebrate the lives of their late wives. Their lives were filled with community service and a love for everyone they interacted with, and they are leaving behind so many loved ones, said David Lynn, husband of Rebecca. Service is scheduled for May 17, 2002. Okay, so this feels like very strong motive here. Do we have someone, a friend of a victim to a 2002 derailment, who is upset at the train company for not fixing its tracks and is now conducting terrorism on them to punish them and make them address their problems and ruin the company? So this, at my gut level, feels like our motive. Not clear, but okay. So we have a May 2002. So I might be looking for a witness. If it's someone involved in the bombing, could a relative of one of these people have been on the train before it blew up? Could a relative or a friend of one of these original victims be our key witness? But let's write down these victims here. We've got Samantha G, Rebecca L, which we know from down here is Lynn. So Rebecca Lynn, and David is her husband. And Megan T. And then all of these were returning from a soccer trip. They're all married. And they're all at the church. They're all church. Wait, are they all church people? Services in the church. Lifelong friends traveling together. Okay, so they're not church people. That's just where the service is. All right. That's who I'm looking for, a relative of one of them. Let's see what the chat is up to. Okay. We know when each passenger bought their ticket. That's right, we do. Blast radius figure if the explosions happen in the open, but low frequency vibrations could be seen as a proxy of the actual blast radius as it happened in the open. Okay. Nelson says, this is a quote by Karen Cole. Wasn't she the change conductor of the, yes, she absolutely was. That's why probably another reason why she might be a suspect, that she obviously said some bad things about the company. Did the bomb description mention the weight of the bomb? No, we don't know details about the bomb yet. We might get it, though. All right, let's see if this article has anything to do with us. This is around the time of the derailment. So this is a year before our first bombing. Detective Trapper is found these dog fighting people, self-proclaimed dog person, just doing his job. Local detective of Edson. This is just going to be a side issue. Known for his work on the Brown Island and Missing Moose cases, instrumental in discovering the Rings Central Network. Okay. Those are our two newspaper clippings. We actually do have one more newspaper clipping that goes even further back. And it's about our mayor. Whitby is the current mayor whose son was on the train that blew up. And here's an article several years back. Despite calling for a third recount, mayoral hopeful Jonathan O'Connell has conceded. In his speech, O'Connell thanks the people of Addenberg for their participation and urges them to continue advocating for his core campaign values. His 7-minute concession speech has garnered mixed responses from his supporters. Some, like Martha Bainson, a professor at neighboring university, believe that O'Connell was right to concede. Although I believe in his values, all these recounts have been rubbish for us all. There's no sense in dragging out a result that will ultimately remain the same. Others, however, have not taken his concession in such stride. Outspoken activist Ed Gollick, here's Ed Gollick again, took to the streets, stopping just short of protesting O'Connell's words. We shall stop at nothing to keep Whitby from poisoning our streets, hearts, and minds with the retrogressive policies, he asserted between rallying cries of, bring him down, recall the clown. Though Gollick's stance has been decidedly anti-Whitby as opposed to pro-O'Connell, he is not alone. Over the course of the 3 recounts, the margin between Whitby and O'Connell continues to shrink, with the latest numbers showing less than 2% difference. Whether by concession or outright vote count, Whitby delivered his victory speech a mere hour after O'Connell's surprise announcement. In his usual composed demeanor, he expressed his excitement for the opportunity to begin working with the people of Addenberg to improve conditions for the entire community. And then on the other side of this, we have retro gaming subscription box. Is this a real site that you can subscribe to? We might want to check out that website. And Ian Horowitz. Fishing is my passionate exploration to creating art. Casting a rod is a stylish gesture carried throughout my technique and composition. I seek to capture superlative experiences by channeling outdoor culture, challenging the limitations of nature above and below the water surface. Poetic nature of fishing is the foundation for my enthusiasm as an artist and art. Okay, strange, but I am curious if these are real websites. All right, we're going to take, well, no, it's not quite time for a break. The one thing that jumps out at me so far, besides my gut thinking that it's a punishment for the last accident, the thing that I'm most fixated on is the two letters. So if we look at our letters again, it's this one. You still don't get it. In 7 days, I'll finish what I started. So the thing that's so interesting about that is we've got a bombing that happens in 2003. And then 2 years later, a threat about a new bombing. Now, assuming it really is the same bomber, it gives us an opportunity to see what has happened. What took 2 years? What's happening now in 2005 that he's complaining about? Like, what are they doing? Is it just that he's like, well, it's been 2 years, you still haven't, the train company is still running and hasn't fixed its tracks? Or is it some event that's triggered him like, oh, you're trying to build another power plant again? You don't get it. So I want us to keep our eye open for new developments. We don't have any newspapers from 2005, though, right? Just 2003, at least not yet. All right. So we have met now some of our people, some of our suspects, right? Ed Golick has been mentioned protesting a lot against the mayor. Karen Cole is the one who spoke up against the bad state of the railway tracks. And here are our passenger list. So presumably our key witness is among those on this page. Remember, that's our job for our first assignment. Find out which of these passengers is our key witness who sat near the bomb car but got off. So here we go, T02 through T067. So here's T02 to T67. 4 by 5, 20 people. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We actually have 30 people who bought tickets, but a bunch of them are unknown. And how many unknowns? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 unknowns. I wonder if I miscounted one of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 unknowns. 27, 20, 29. Okay, that makes more sense. We've actually got 29 passengers. 29 tickets, I should say. 9 are unknown and 20 known are here. So all the known passengers on this list that we have names for are here. Now, are any of these people related to our victims? We don't know their full last names, only Rebecca and David Lynn. So if we see David Lynn, that should jump out to us. But other than that, no. Okay. And then if it is a previous victim here, Samantha G and Megan T, we would be looking for a man with a G or a T last name. Tim Johnson, for example. I'm not saying we should pursue this course strongly yet, but just something to keep in mind. Okay. And we don't know if the key witness is just what it says, a witness or a possible suspect. Probably our suspect is going to be one of our original suspects. We don't know. Macon says, those are married names in the newspaper. Family name may differ. Well, generally in the U.S., the wife might take the name of the husband, so you would expect the husband to have the same name as quoted in the paper, but not for sure. All right. Anyone jump out here as your guess as to who the key witness might be? Not really. No way to know that. We don't know when they got off. So, okay, but maybe this will let us put a face to the name eventually. All right. What else do we have? Let me just take a look at this other. Actually, before we get into new stuff, maybe this is a good time to take a break. All right. So we've just started here. So far, a pretty compelling case, terrorism case, always of interest. Threat of a new attack coming. Lots of possible motives. None really jumps out, at least as having any evidence. All right, so we're going to take our first break here for 8 minutes. For those of you who think you might want to play this game by yourself, it is still available to purchase. You feel free to leave now, play the game on your own, and come back and watch this video afterwards. For those of you who are going to continue along with us here, I'll see you in 8 minutes. I do hope you'll keep a pen and paper nearby. Note down any thoughts you have on the game, especially from a game design perspective, favorite, least favorite parts, so that when we finish playing, we can talk about the game. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're playing Cold Case Crackers, Addenberg train bomb case. YouTube says 13 concurrent viewers. Let's see if we can look at the YouTube stats and see if there are anything interesting to see here. Let's see. Not really, huh? Okay, so from this chart, it says 11 concurrent viewers, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Okay, so it is current. I don't know why I find that view interesting. It's always nice to look at a chart. Okay, catching up with the chat. Marlene says, I'm rail yard worker sent the notes. So Marlene thinks the rail yard worker sent the notes because of the track issues in the derailment 2 years before. Well, psychologically, that makes zero sense to me. Train conductor who's upset about the train tracks doesn't have a strong enough psychological motive to conduct terrorism, blowing up trains where she might kill fellow conductors, etc. Maybe it's convenient for her to have some familiarity with the train, but she doesn't have a motive. But a husband of a victim upset that the company is getting away with murder and is not fixing the problem would be motivated to do some terrorism and then come back a couple years later saying, you still haven't gotten it. You still haven't fixed your track, so I'm going to bomb it again. So my money is still with a relative. It's interesting that the notes don't appear to be asking for anything. I find that odd. Like our first note, it's coming, 7 days will bring the truth. Now that's a very interesting choice of words, isn't it? It's not saying in 7 days, if you don't give me money, I'll blow up the train. It's not saying in 7 days, I'm going to punish you. It says in 7 days, the truth is coming. So the question is, what's the truth? What's the truth that an explosion reveals? Does it reveal that the security practices are lax, that someone could blow up a train too easily? Why? That's hard to see how you'd be motivated to kill people based on that. You might want to demonstrate something. But that is a very weird thing. Marlene says, wasn't there another yard worker in the original list? Yes, we do have a yard worker. But we'll get to him in a bit. We don't have any other evidence bringing him into this yet. What did I want to do? Oh, I think that we'd be wise to visit this website. I don't think we should be able to access this yet, but this is a server that the attacker they think uses that they can't get in yet. But we might want to go to this just to get a clue for what we should be looking for when we're looking for guessing the attacker's password. If I had to guess, I might guess that this is not going to be used till the end, but we'll see. But let's jump in there now and open up this website to see what we're up against. What did I do wrong? ATB media server. That looks right to me. That's a little troubling. Is there 2 hyphens here? Yes. Okay. Okay, here we go. So this is a server. Okay, this is a server that we think is used by the bomber, and look what it says. Username, enter password, hint, Statue of Liberty year. So actually, we did see that newspaper article that is in reference to, didn't we? So if we look at our thing here, we have an article, the 128th anniversary of the statue. So if we had to guess, what we've got for a login is a username and a password. Username, which we don't know. Password. It seems like it shouldn't be telling you a password until you put in your username. But okay. So 2003 minus the 128th anniversary gives us what? 75? 1875. Is that right? 2003. I believe that's right. Okay, so, but we still need a username, right? So maybe we're going to need to know the bomber's actual name before we can even try that. That would be my guess. All right, let's keep the stuff we haven't looked at close by. Remember our assignment. We're trying to identify a key witness on the train that left before detonation. What information is going to tell us how to identify that person? We've got their photos. We've got passenger names here, how they paid, when they bought their ticket. Now, most of them bought their ticket. When is our bombing? Let's see who bought it over a week ahead of time. So June 24th is our bombing on Sunday. Well, everyone bought their ticket a month ahead of time. All right, so that doesn't really help us, does it? Like, everyone had their ticket. A little unusual, don't you think? For a June 24 train, everyone's bought their ticket a month ahead of time? That's not right. That's not realistic, but okay. So this doesn't help us weed anyone out. Okay, so let's talk for a second before we dig deep into this. Marcos's statue was dedicated in 86, not 85. So you think I was off by one? Off by... Why am I off by so many then? All right, seems like minutia, but maybe we do need to get this right. Is my math really off? 128th anniversary of the statue in 2023. So if it was the 100-year anniversary, it'd be 1903. Then you subtract another 30 years, you get 1870. 1872, 1875. So I still claim that my math gives us 1875. But the statue was dedicated on 86. Okay, well, but maybe there's a difference between dedicated and built. But okay, Marco says the official date for dedication is 1886, but the game doesn't want us to have to use the internet for that. So I still, unless you take issue with my math, I still say this is our number. But okay, separate issue. Getting back to what I was saying, there are a couple ways you can play games like this. One way is you can just randomly go through evidence as you see something that's of interest to you. Another way is you can just go through the evidence in the order that it's in the folder. But the other way, the more systematic way, is to first take a look at all the evidence that's available and then attack it in a directed fashion. And lately, we've been just going through it in order. I think that is a very valid way, but maybe this time, for fun, we'll try doing a survey of the evidence and then see what we want to look at. So we've got witness statements to the 2003 attack. That sounds highly relevant to us to find our key witness. We've got a suspect profile for one of our suspects. I'm not sure why. Maybe we're going to find others. But here right up front, we have Robert Towns's criminal history. Maybe that's why we happen to have his fingerprints, because he has a criminal history. Maybe the others don't. All right, let's take a look at what else we have available to us. Not counting any information that might be in any folders. Okay, so we do have, in fact, not sure why it was separate, but we do have fingerprints for each of our suspects. For most of them. We've got 6 suspects and 5 fingerprints. And criminal history, yes. Here's their prior arrest for each of them. Thomas Bryan has no prior arrests, neither does Karen Cole. Okay. What else do we have? So we've got the arrests and prior arrest history and fingerprints. We've got witness statements. We've got a pile of interview transcripts of our suspect. Okay, suspect interview transcripts. And then looks like we've got some blog posts, presumably from our blogger. All right. So that's it. So probably if we were trying to do what our boss wants and identify a key witness, seems like the witness statements, 5 suspects and a photo of the incident, not 6. Okay, so we do have information on all 5 of our suspects. All right, so it seems like this is our best place of attack here, other than getting into the server, in which case we might try usernames of our suspects and try to catch them, try to get in. But let's take a look at our witness statements. So here's Haley Parker. Now, where's our passenger manifest? Let's have this nearby because we don't have a map of the train, do we? I wonder if this is... Do you think these are car numbers? Like, is the first digit the car number? Car 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, up to 6? Probably not. I'd really like to have a train chart showing where the seats are. Okay. Let's take a look. Haley Parker. So is she on our manifest here? Where is she? And if not, why not? She's not here. Why is that? Eyewitness, she's a train passenger. It was really scary. When the train exploded, I was like 2 cars away, but it felt like it was right next to me. When asked about the key witness, I don't remember anyone getting off. I do remember someone getting on at King's Memorial, but maybe that's not who you're looking for. So she's 2 cars away. All right. What have we got here, though? Why is she not on our list? Is she one of our unknowns? I mean, she's not unknown, then is she? Okay. Next up, Robin Waterford. Is Robin on our list? What's going on? Why are these people not on our manifest? That's throwing me for a loop. I heard a loud boom, felt a huge shake, felt like an earthquake, a big one. People were running, it was crazy. When asked about the key witness, the lady who got off at Willow, I don't have a very good visual memory, but all I remember it was a lady. Wish I could be of more help. Okay, so everyone's been asked who just got off right before the stop before the explosion, and this guy has given us more details. Lady off at Willow. Now, where's our map? Let's see if that comports with our theory of the case. Not really. What's happening here? She got off at Willow. Here's our H line right here. Blaney, Mansion, Regency, Cannon, Ruby. Don't we think the explosion happened here? Wouldn't Cannon have been the stop before? Unless they've changed the schedule. Here's Willow. I'm a little confused by trying to make sense of the stops. Here's the H line. What is this Willow? I don't understand that. All right, maybe it'll make sense in a little bit. Should I think right better? Lady you got off at Willow. I don't see how that's relevant. Okay, Becca Humphrey. Is Becca on our list? This is very strange. Maybe someone can explain why all of our witnesses are not recorded as ticketed passengers. Is this not what we think it is? Passenger manifest. Very odd. Okay, let's continue. It was the scariest thing ever. The whole train shook and I heard a huge bang. I had no idea what was going on. When asked about the key witness, they got off at Willow? Oh yeah. They had dark blue jeans on and had a light skin tone. Dark blue jeans. White skin tone. Well, that might help us match someone here. And our first person, assuming they're talking about the key witness, I don't remember them getting off. I do remember seeing someone getting on at King's Memorial, but maybe that's not who you're talking about. So maybe on at King's Memorial. Let's look at this again. Where is King's Memorial? All of a sudden, they're not talking about the H line anymore. That's very bizarre to me. Okay, here's Willow, and here's King's Memorial. This sounds like the F train now that these people are on. Getting off at Willow, the stop before the bombing. So this sounds, unless they're transferring here, changing lines, doesn't seem right. But now it's starting to sound like they're on this train, getting on at King's Memorial, Getting off at Willow and train explosion here. Is this a bug in the game? What line is this? Green line, the F line. Okay, well, we'll have to figure out the answer to that at some point, whether it's a bug or not. Let's see who's next. Zachary Hamilton. Do we finally have someone who's on our manifest? No. Are these witnesses on a different train? Is that what it is? Are these witnesses from other trains? I don't get it. All right. Zachary says, it was all a blur to me, really. I saw a huge red flash and then heard a bang. Then I felt the whole train rumble like we were having a huge earthquake. When asked about the witness, yeah, I remember they had on red shoes. And they were a little bit on the older side, like maybe 60 to 65. Red shoes, age 60 to 65. Okay. Next up is Cash Blevins. Not on our manifest. I was in the front car, thank God. It was so horrible. When asked about the key witness, yes, I know what you're talking about. They had on glasses. I remember commenting on them. They had on a red shirt, or maybe the shirt was black. I'm not sure on the shirt. Okay, so glasses, red or black shirt, maybe. All right, if we assume this is from security cameras, it's not. It's clearly at their home or whatever. We would be told this is a woman, 60 to 65, wearing glasses. That would be our passenger right there. So if, in fact, so one way to answer the question about how would we identify our key witness, remember, two pieces of evidence. So you might say it's this one telling us that they wore glasses, and this one that they're 60 to 65. Do these two pieces of evidence combine to point to a unique passenger? T59, which if we look up is Carol Woolridge. So I wonder, we're not going to put this in right away, but I wonder if the answer to this, let's read this. Using the statements of the individuals on the train, there is a key witness. This key witness could hold information. Which two artifacts identify the key witness? Which two artifacts identify the key witness? It's hard to know how to answer this, right? So in this list is not, these witness statements are not considered on this list. So these aren't even options. But passenger photo lineup is. So you could say these combined with this, gives us a name. A little hard to know what is this asking for. identify the key witness. So you could say this combined with this. I remember we had a debate, and my thinking wasn't quite in agreement with the audience, had a better take on what the game actually wanted. This fan knight says, I wonder if these witness statements are from a future evidence. You don't think these are supposed to be in a different envelope and didn't get reset properly? I don't think so. So, I mean, in some sense, this seems to work with this to give us a unique individual, but those aren't open, aren't available for us. We have lots more information to look at, though. A little confusing, though. I'm not sure. Like, it feels like we could almost answer this right now, but that's assuming we use this information. But the list here doesn't even have this as part of what we can answer here. Using the statements of the people on the train, that's these statements here. So it says, in using these statements, what two other artifacts? So do we not, is the answer not, using these, we can combine this with this to get that the person is Carol Woolridge? Or do you think I'm making too big of a leap by combining a 60-year-old woman with glasses to that person? I mean, she's not 64. She had pale skin, red shoes. We can't see her shoes here. It's kind of a weird situation to be in. Certainly, we have more evidence, more information we could go through. I guess we should. But I am a little perplexed at the situation we find ourselves in. According to the evidence list, there should be a map of the train somewhere. Really? Well, I mean, that would be extremely helpful. You think I'm missing something? Where are you getting the evidence list from? There's always a risk when you play a game that's used of a missing item. But then again, just think of it as missing documents in the police file. Okay, but I do not have a list of items. So maybe it's online. The phase 1 document contains a list of documents to check. It includes a train map. Okay, well, you got to be, I guess, a little more clear about what you're saying, because I have the phase 1 document. Oh, you're saying here on this evidence list is a train map, M4 train map. But that is this. That's not a map of seat layouts. It's this. We do have this. But it doesn't give us seat layouts. Okay, so we seem to have that. Well, we have a choice. What we could do is we could go and put in these two pieces of evidence, this and this, and see if that's what the game intends. And if so, then move on. And if not, read the rest of the stuff. So I guess I'm inclined to do that, assuming it's not going to give us a hint let's just try it to see if we can understand the way this game is thinking. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here. We're going to go to our Cold Case Crackers website that it wants us to go to. Is that the right address? Okay, so we're working on the train. What's our case number? Phase 1. I guess it wants us to put in the case on the envelope here. B25-14. B25-14. Okay. All right, so phase 1, we're told to identify the 2 documents not including these witness statements. I find this very bizarre, but okay. So this feels like it shouldn't be this easy, but we're just going to put this in here just to make sure we're not wasting time. So the 2 items are going to be the passenger manifest, which tells us the names of people based on their seat, and the lineup. But I'm not convinced that I'm thinking in the right way of this game. So, but we're going to try it. So those 2 items are the passenger manifest, which is M3, and the passenger photo lineup, which is L3. I guess I'll put it in order. L3, M3. I don't expect this to be right, but let's just try it. I guess it is right. So we need a name. So of the people, once we've combined these, we got Carol Woolridge. She's the person in 59. So where is our Carol Woolridge? There. Success. You have come on. You can move on to phase 2, open the next phase envelope, and continue the investigation. Okay, so remember, we do like to talk about these games when we finish them, but as a note, what's weird about that is that, it was clearly this information, the witness statements, that told us how to uniquely identify the key witness. It was weird that the answer to the question was these 2 documents. But okay, regardless, we have solved phase 1. And we have identified our key witness, Carol. It's not unusual for the first question, for the first stage to be easy, just to get your feet wet. But, okay, so here we go. Now we can go on to phase 2. All right, let's open our phase 2 envelope and see if there's new information for us that we should care about. It's phase 3. All right, well, we have identified the key witness, which is satisfying. Now let's see if she has information for us that can help us. All right, what have you got for us, Carol? You've identified Carol Woolridge as the key witness. After police spoke with her, they're convinced the bomber had help with the bombing. Detectives were able to determine that this accomplice had knowledge of the bombing prior to the explosion. Police wished to get a search warrant for the home of the accomplice. Which 2 artifacts reveal the identity of the accomplice? and allow a search warrant to be obtained. Use the artifacts listed below to follow the instructions to see if you have chosen correctly. Okay. 2 items that are going to tell us who the accomplice is. That sounds like we're making fast progress. Let's see what extra information we've got here. It's a file copy for search warrant. Your request for 5 search warrants in regards to the train bombing have been denied. It looks like we asked for search warrants for each of our 5 suspects, right? And they were denied. At this time, courts have found insufficient evidence to grant warrants. If more comes to light, here's the warrant reference number. Okay. All right, so the previous detective couldn't get warrants on our suspects. Doesn't feel like there's anything of import here other than narrative. And what have we got here? An interview with who? Oh, with our key witness. Miss Woolridge, thank you for coming in so quickly. We have no time to spare and really need to speak with you. Okay, how can I help? You were on the train that exploded in 2003, correct? Yes, but I got off a few stops before it happened. Yes, we know. Other passengers identified you as having gotten off the train and we needed to interview you. Your seat was close to the baggage car where the bomb was stored. Did you know that? Oh my gosh. I guess it was. Was someone trying to kill me? We do not believe so, Mrs. Woolridge. It's just that, according to our information, you were on the train for most of the day before you got off. Yes, I was coming back from my daughter's place. She lives outside of town. Detective Crenshaw, all that time you were sitting there, do you remember seeing or hearing anything come from that car? I'm not sure. It was a long... Oh, no. I didn't even think about it until now. Oh, my gosh, yes. I did. I heard people. People? More than one person? Well, it was just one voice, but he was talking to someone. Probably on a phone, I assume. I remember him asking a lot of questions. Can you remember exactly what he was talking about? No, I wish I could. He just seemed stressed and needed help with something and was talking to someone. That's all I remember. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about it until now. It's okay. If you think of anything else, please let us know as soon as possible. We're on a clock here, Mrs. Woolridge. I will. All right, so it sounds like the person who planted the bomb had an accomplice who might have been the mastermind. And what do you think he was having trouble with? Maybe rigging it up to explode, setting the timer, etc. So that would suggest a bomb that needs a timer of some sort or some or I guess you could say he was having trouble getting the communications protocol to work. So maybe we don't know that it's a timer. But it feels like we don't have much more to do with that information. But who was the accomplice? Okay, so let's back up for a second. If we're making notes on an accomplice, let's try to write a little better now. Accomplice. We know it's a male on the phone. Anything else we know about this? Talking to someone on the phone, he was stressed. And we know this is near baggage and presumably near where the explosion happened, which we're told was car 5 or 6. Okay, so we're looking for a male accomplice. Presumably, he got off even earlier or at her stop, but presumably he got off the train, but not for sure, right? He could have stayed on the train but gotten to the back of the train, but that would be very risky. So probably not, right? Probably he got off the train. We've still got our confusion about what train line this is, whether it was H or whatever we said the other one was. So I guess a question I have for you is, do we think he's one of the male passengers on this train? If I was a betting person and really taking odds, I would guess that he's related to one of our victims, so it would be a male with a last name of G or T. I'm not saying I think the odds of that are high, but if I had to take a wild guess, I would guess that the 2 bombers are the 2 husbands of our dead victims in 2002, in which case one of them is the mastermind and one of them is an accomplice. If so, if that theory is right, we should be looking for a male G or a T. That would give us no one. There is no last name G or T on this list. That's a male. All right, never mind that. Aren't we supposed to look at the transcripts? Yeah. Yes, we are. We're just taking our time. All right. So we have interview transcripts, fingerprints, and blog posts. I guess we can start by interviewing our suspect. All right, let's bring in Karen. So we're going to look at Karen's interview. Before we do, though, before we bring her in for interview, or this is the previous interview has already been conducted. Let's just take a look at her background here. Karen Cole, she lives in Addenberg. Conductor, drives a Ford Explorer, been employed for 8 years. We've got her fingerprints on file. She's got messy handwriting and no prior arrests. Okay. Let's see what we got. Miss Cole, thank you for coming down to talk to us today. We just have a few questions for you. Okay, when was this interview taken? 6/29, so a few days after the train explosion. Okay, where is our Karen? All right, Karen, she's pretty young. Okay. Well, are you aware that we're investigating last week's train? You are aware we're investigating last week's train attack, yes? Yes, of course. I have written here, you have worked as a conductor for the railways for over 8 years. I have, yes. We contacted Antioch for a personnel file for you, and we were impressed. Would you say you've been a good employee? Yes, I would. Excuse me, why am I here? We're almost there, Mrs. Cole. You have been such a good employee, you have not missed a single day of work in 8 years. Oh, wait. Except for June 22nd. Is it true, Mrs. Cole, you were supposed to be the conductor on that train? Yes, I suppose I was. I had some personal things to do that day. Personal things? You went 8 years without missing a day of work. Over 1,000 times you conducted without personal things getting in the way. Do you see why you're here now? It was horrible what happened. I've been losing sleep over thinking it could have been me. But I did not do it. Why would I? I don't know. Perhaps it had something to do with personal things. Let me ask another thing. Have you ever had any conflicts with Antioch Railways? What? Well, you ask about why you would want to do it, and we have information stating how you have strongly opposed Antioch since the accidental derailment a year ago. A lot of people were angry about that. Listen, you're wasting your time with me. You were supposed to be the conductor of a train that exploded, but you had to change shifts for the first time in 8 years. Combine that with the fact you have recently shown a great distaste for that same rail company. It doesn't sound like I'm wasting my time. Why does that matter? I'm a good employee and a caring citizen. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, Mrs. Cole, I have nothing else to say to you. Does not matter. All we must figure out with you, Mrs. Karen Cole, is how a train conductor was able to build a complex explosive. I'm done. Call my lawyer. Call my lawyer, she says. All right, let me make a suggestion to you. I don't think she's our bomber. I don't think she has the technical know-how, and I don't think she's the accomplice. But let me posit this, that I think this lends much more credence to our theory that it's revenge for the derailment and people angry that they haven't fixed the railway lines. And we know Karen Cole spoke out in the newspaper about it. So my hypothesis is Karen Cole got a call from the bomber who said, don't get on that train. I can't tell you why, but don't get on it. And so she didn't get on it. That's my theory, that she's not strictly involved, but perhaps she got a heads up not to be on it. That's my theory. All right, let's move on to our next person. Karen Cole invoked her right to counsel. Okay, Tyler Vaughn is next. Let's see what his criminal history looks like. Tyler Vaughn has 2 arrests for DUI, one in 93-97, drives an Audi S4, lives in Addenberg, works for Marston Security for 4 years. He's a security guard. Okay, well, not highly technically proficient, but similar handwriting to our train conductor. His license plate is safety. All right. Tyler Vaughn. I don't know why he's called lieutenant. Was he previously a cop? Let's find out. Tyler Vaughn showed up for questioning but refused to talk to detectives. He was represented by a lawyer who answered all questions on his behalf. Interesting. Detective Crenshaw. Well, I see you brought some friends with you today, Mr. Vaughn. I assume that means you know why we called you in here today. Attorney of Tyler Vaughn. We heard you have an interest in talking to our client about the tragic attack last week, so we're here to answer any questions you have. It is interesting to me that Mr. Vaughn felt the need to bring a lawyer if he has nothing to hide. My client has nothing to hide. I know he has a past that doesn't look great, but the past is the past. I would say so because I've heard a lot about Mr. Vaughn the past couple of days. What do you want to know, Mr. Crenshaw? It's Detective Crenshaw. You see, I asked around to find out about anyone close to here that would know anything about explosives, and you were on almost every list I received. My client does not deny being an expert in bomb making. He worked for the military for many years in that field. Very true. So then I looked you up. Turns out you were a lieutenant in the military until you were dishonorably discharged. Is there a question anywhere? Well, it says you had problems with your anger and had little to no respect for authority. We still do not hear a question. If you do not have any questions for us, we will be leaving. Well, to me, it seems like your client is an angry man who's also a bomb expert. So the question is simple. Where was your client the day of the bombing and the day before? He was at work during the day, and I'm sure we can get a coworker to vouch for that. Well, please do. Can someone vouch for his whereabouts during the evening hours? Are you going to bring every bomb expert in and ask them about every hour of every day? If I must, yes. He sleeps at night, Detective, and without a specific time frame or a better reason, that's the best we can do. Okay, then, did your client have any knowledge of the bombing, or does he know of anyone that would do such a thing? If my client knew anything, he would have come forward, and my client has no obligation to tell you about his bomb unit buddies, so you can harass them too. You don't seem very helpful. You do know I'm trying to catch a murderer, right? Yes, and I'm trying to protect Mr. Vaughn's rights. We wish your investigation the best. If you have any questions connected to actual evidence about my client, feel free to call us. Have a good day, Detective. We will keep in touch. All right, well, that was not a very helpful interview, except that this guy is a bomb expert. Taylor Vaughn, huh? Security guy. Was ex-military. I mean, yeah, that's tempting, but do we have any sign that he's grudge? No. Our detective is assuming he's an angry guy, but is he really an angry guy? Got DUI convictions. That doesn't make him have any grudge against the train company. I don't see a motive for this guy at this point. All right, next up, Ed Golick, the political activist. Where is Ed? Our little hipster. Let's see what his criminal history is. Public intoxication in 1999. Assault in 1999. June of 1999. Okay. His employer is Democracy Always. He drives a Buick Century. He's worked there for 2 years. He's the manager. Ed Van Golick. He's got a middle name. And in fact, did anyone else have middle name? They all have middle names. Let's pay a little more close attention to this. Vaughn Wills Tyler. And Karen Jane Cole. Let's keep those middle names in mind in case they're relevant. All right, and we've got his fingerprints, and they all seem to be... Oh, it's not that they have been right? It's our detective. I was saying they all use the same signature, but no, it's our detective who's signing these forms. Okay. All right, Ed, thank you for coming in. Let's see what he has to say. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Golick. We just have a few questions for you. As you know, we're investigating last week's bombing. What do I have to do with that? Let me just ask you, what do you do for a living? I work for a political advocacy group in town. We find politicians who care about our world and important policies, and we support them. Yes, and sometimes you do not just support candidates, but you go after ones you don't like. Is that right? Okay, wait a minute. We support good policies. Some politicians do not care about the people, and I'm not going to apologize for getting them out of office. What are you getting at? Well, you tell me I have an explosion that killed 5 people, including the mayor's son, and a guy who's continually threatened Mayor Whitby on several occasions. And a guy, you, who's continually threatened Mayor Whitby on several occasions. Oh, come on. Is it true you said in a conference Whitby is destroying this city and he and his family need to pay for the suffering they're causing? Silence. I also have it here. You said Chandler Whitby equates to evil for the people, and there is only one way to fight evil. Let's just get down to it. Where were you the day of the bombing? I don't remember. I had work. Me or my people had nothing to do with any of this. Oh, your people. Haven't even gotten to your people. I have a dead mayor's son along with 4 others dead and someone on record saying Whitby needs to go at all costs. What does all costs mean to you? Not this. Well, then you're going to have to do better than just at work. I'm going to need people telling me where you were that day and the whole week prior. I'll do what I can, but I'm a busy man. I'm constantly moving about the city and the state. Yeah, I figured. I also hope you do not mind if we look in your offices and at home. Listen, it's a tragedy what happened, and I'll help the investigation any way I can, but you cannot look through my house or my office without a warrant. We're working on that. Let me just say this, Mr. Golick. Do not leave the state anytime soon. Fine. Do you have any more questions? Not for now, but we'll keep in touch. You can let yourself out. All right. Well, it's hard for me to... Political activists who have jobs and are paid to do their political activists, they're not bomb makers. Not you could have a fringe activist planting bombs who's a true believer, but not someone who's working as a manager in a high up placed political activism job. Okay, sounds like we need to take a break. Then we'll come back to our interviews. So far, I am enjoying the interviews. Nothing jumping out at me about these suspects, though. They don't seem like great suspects to me so far. But we'll see. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. Sarah is taking a little nap there on the chair. Okay, so we're in the middle of going through the transcripts. We have interviewed now. One of our suspects is someone competent in bomb making, that this does seem like a big coincidence. But we have no real motive for him yet. And I think we've also got a little bit of a dilemma here, in that we're looking now for a male accomplice who was stressed out and probably had the bomb with him on the train, talking to someone over the phone. But the hiccup there is that if this guy is our bomb maker, doesn't it seem more likely that he wouldn't be the accomplice? In other words, maybe to put it differently, whoever was planting the bomb on the train seemed to be stressed out and needing help from someone. And that seems to me like it wouldn't be the military bomb maker who would be stressed out, needing help, talk with someone. That seems more likely it would be a non-technical person panicking that they don't know how to get the timer working or something like that. So if we're focused on the accomplice at this point, which we are, I'm not sure he makes a good accomplice. Bomb planter. It feels to me like the person who planted the bomb may not be our mastermind. This guy might be our mastermind. All right, let's move on to our next person. We've talked to 3 of them. Let's try Robert Towns, the rail yard worker. Let's see what we've got. So pulling up his criminal history before his transcript, he drives a blue Honda Civic, 1995, old car. We've got his license plate. Robert Lee Towns, arrested for petty larceny in 79, and then again in 1996, disorderly conduct. Okay, and we've got his license plate. And he works for the company where this explosion happened. And here he is, Robert Towns. Mr. Towns, we appreciate you talking to us today. No problem. Do you know why we asked to speak with you? No, I don't think I do. Well, I'm leading an investigation into last week's bombing. One of the things we do is look at all railroad employees that could have had access. You work the rail yard the train left from that morning, correct? Yes, I do, and... Well, in fact, you were the only employee on the yard for about a 2-hour gap that morning, and the only one who was ever alone in the yard. We're short-staffed sometimes, and that's about it. I did not see anyone while I was there. I'm concerned with you, Mr. Towns. You also seem to have written many letters to your employer, and some not so friendly language. What are we to make of that? I've been very unhappy with how they've operated, and I need to make myself heard. So you had nothing to do with the attack. You have no knowledge of the bomb that killed 5 people? Why would I want to do that? Why? I don't know, but of everyone I've talked to, you sure seem to have had the chance to get something on that train. Tell me why I would do that. I don't know why, but you had access to all the gates and plenty of time to get anything on the train. You also had the knowledge of the train's schedules and knew exactly when your coworkers would be there. I'm a family man. I work hard for them. You've got the wrong person. So that morning was work as usual, I presume. Like I said, we are short-staffed and I was busy all morning. Mr. Towns, that's not enough. Well, I do have an alibi, because like you said, I don't have an alibi, because like you said, I was all alone in the yard. Wouldn't you say that sounds kind of bad? Like I said, you have the wrong person. Well, we'll see about that. Have a nice day. Boy, that's some weak evidence against this guy. Why are they hassling this guy? There's no evidence, and you don't need a yard worker with access to stuff. Just someone bring it on the train. I'm not surprised they didn't give this detective a search warrant for this guy's house. He's got no background that would suggest he would be involved in this. Have we seen the letters he's written to his employers? Have we seen those letters? I don't remember any letters of him complaining. So that's just, we haven't even seen this, sight unseen. I do not get why our detective thought this guy was involved. I mean, maybe he is, but I don't see the evidence for it. All right, last up is our blogger, Thomas Albany. Now, you show me in the history of crime where we have a blogger commit a bombing. I'd like to see it. All right, let's pull up his criminal history. Not surprising, he has none. He drives a Camaro 2000. Thomas Bryan Albany, born in 1970. Worked for Albany Media Group for 6 years. 33 years old. He's a social media influencer with no prior arrests. Okay. Let's see what we've got on him. Take a seat, Mr. Albany. Thank you for meeting with us today. It doesn't look like you gave me much of an option. Yes, well, we have been very excited to talk to you. Well, here I am. What do you want? Mr. Albany, as you know, my team is leading up the investigation into the Addenberg attack. On our preliminary search, you and your blog posts here came up. I write blogs, so what? Well, not just blogs, Mr. Albany. Angry. Down with government. People must pay blogs. End of the world type stuff. That is related to this. How? Freedom of speech, I think it's called. We still have that, I presume. Well, indeed, sir, you do. I have some of that freedom right here. This one here has the title, this city needs change no matter the cost. Some of your followers took these words quite seriously and went on to even discuss explosions. This one here, you say, some people can only learn through pain. What do you say about that? We talk about everything on my blogs. Well, it's clear to me that you think the city and state need change. You and those who post on your blog talk about times, targets, and even ways they would make that change. It's practically a list of confessions to me. I did nothing. We blow off some steam every now and then. That's it. Well, for your sake, that better be it. We're going to keep a close eye on you and your freedoms. Get out of here. All right, let's take a look at these blog posts that he's all worked up about. Boy, these cops are really desperate. They're harassing these people on these thin charges. All right, blog post 1, blog post 2, blog post 3. All right, let's take a look at Thomas Albany's blog post. Living Free 78 says, we need to resist. We need to fight, show government what we're made of. We can't just sit on our couch and expect things to get better. If we do not show all the political groups out there how strong we are, we will get swallowed up. We'll get physical if we need to, and we will not apologize. The world needs to be woken up, period. He's writing this at 1:23 a.m., 12/30/2002, so 6 months before our bombing. But remember, we do have a bomber who's talking about truth coming out, and I am suspicious of the derailment. So I want to see, when did that happen? Train derailment, May 15th, 2002. All right, so keep your eye open for that. Okay, here's Anonymous Greg replying, finally, someone with a backbone. Fight on, Living Free 78. Time Machine Girl 2009. Sounds a little crazy to me. Wink, wink, wink. Anonymous Greg says, crazy is letting the state and city government suppress our rights and freedoms. We need to act. Time Machine Girl, no, thank you. Living free. Well said, Greg. Hashtag always resist. Amen. Yep, says always resist. Hashtag always resist. Truth Seeker. Hashtag always resist. Which one do we think is Living Free 78 our Thomas Albany? Born in 1970. All right. Oh, I'm not sure, but presumably Living Free 78. Okay, so Thomas Albany is signing his things Living Free 78. Not sure where he's getting the 78 from. Regardless, that's clearly him. Government will walk over anyone that allows it. We need to stand up, fight for our rights. That's not crazy. Well said. If you want to make change, then vote. LOL. So many people on these blogs probably never vote and complain all the time. That's what's crazy. President Paul 7 says, I've worked all my life at City Hall. I've seen so much corruption come through. No more. Time Machine Girl says, so we just find bad people and hurt them? Is that it? Who gets to choose who's bad? Do we hurt all politicians? How about anyone who works for government? President Paul, should I throw a brick through your window because you worked at City Hall? This is too much. Justice Please says, agreed. But some people do need to know the harm they cause. Time Machine Girl says, I do not think that's what some people are saying. That's pretty clear to me. Yep. Time Machine Girl threatened Paul. Lock her up. LOL. Truth Seeker says ROFL. Okay, here's blog post 2. A year later. Thousands of people suffer every day while big business owners and politicians do nothing about it. We vote and complain and go back to being taken advantage of again and again. How can we let people know that we, the people, are ready for change if we do not do something drastic? I'm tired of standing aside. Question is, what are you going to do about it? People never take you seriously unless you're a threat. Maybe we need to be a threat. He says, maybe. There's always a line that should not be crossed, but when citizens are continually held back and denied basic rights, that line gets closer and closer. Yep, says yep. Lieutenant Wills, 63, this sounds right. Okay, there's our guy. Hold on. Lieutenant Wills, remember I said what middle names? Okay. Remember I said to pay attention to middle names? Now, where is our Tyler Vaughn? Tyler Will Vaughn. And here we have Lieutenant Wills, 63. Which is when our Tyler Wills was born, 1963. So this guy is posting on the same blog as this guy, and he's agreeing that when citizens are held back, that line gets closer and closer. Mad for Change says, I live outside Edston, New York, and big companies seem to own everything. I plan to go to the state capitol and let them know about people that are hurting in all over my city. If you're down, let me know. President Paul says, newsflash, they already know. They do not care. Yep. LOL. Time Machine Girl says, you have the right idea, Mad for Change. I would join you, but I live all the way in Addenberg. Is Time Machine Girl our Karen? Time Machine Girl 209. Not sure. Doesn't matter. She's not advocating violence, so she's not involved. Marcus says, I'm looking for the blogs on becoming a cashier. Does anyone know where those are? Paul says, what? Because, you guys, the title of the blog room was Making Change. Marcus, LOL. Okay. Here we go. This is a few days before the bombing. Let's pay attention to this. All real change is made through tragedy. Why is it all real progress only comes after disaster in our world? Is it like it's the only way to get people to wake up? Question is it necessary to cause tragedy to bring about important change? We talk a lot about making a difference. Can that look different sometimes? Time Machine Girl says, here come all the crazy comments. Very Vigilante says, where is Yup 42 when you need him? LOL. Tom's friend says, so true. Yup says, sorry for being late. Yup. Living Free says, some people can only learn through pain. This is true. Time Machine Girl says, that does not mean we need to cause pain, right? Marcus says, answer is no, we do not. Justice Please says, Marcus for the win. LOL. Justice Please says, I do not think opportunities for change can look very different. It's a shame. I do think opportunities for change can look very different. It's a shame we often must go through bad times to make change, though. Here's our Lieutenant Wills. Says, I have worked for Martson Private Security for years, and I've seen a lot of change happen through some bad stuff. Well, I hope some of that change comes quickly, because I'm ready for it to come. Lieutenant Will says, I have a feeling it's coming soon, Justice Please. I would stop taking the trains for a couple days. Noted. Does anyone know what time the rally at the Capitol is tomorrow? By the way, that's how you can make real change. Time Machine Girl says, 8 a.m. I'll be there. Thank you, Time Machine Girl. Okay, so here's our first real strong evidence that our military bomb maker is involved. He knows not to take the trains. I mean, that's very strong evidence. But I still think he would be less likely to be the bomb maker. He'd be less likely to be the accomplice than the person on the other end of the phone, but maybe he is the accomplice. But how would we decide between the two? Like, without knowing that who the other person on the other end of the phone is, how would you decide if this guy was the accomplice or not? He's clearly involved, though. He's one of the one or two people. Now, knowing that, we should take a closer look at him, though. And is it a coincidence that these two are on the same blog? Or are these two doing it? There's no sign here, though, that they're working together, right? I've seen a lot of change happen through some bad stuff. I mean, he's not even talking to Living Free. He's seen a lot of change happen through bad stuff, huh? We haven't seen any articles about that, have we? Let's pull up. Let's pull up anything that might help us. So he says truth. He's on the phone asking a lot of questions. Asking a lot of questions. That really does not sound like the military guy planting a bomb that he knows how to make. He would be in and out of there, cleanly. So asking questions feels like it might be an accomplice. This guy might have an accomplice, but who? Who would be his accomplice? And would it be if Tyler wasn't on the train because he's not in this list and he's not on the manifest, if we're right that the accomplice might be on this list, then you might be asking yourself, who is likely to be an accomplice of our military guy? No one jumps out. I mean, military-aged man with an accomplice, you might expect him to be a young military-aged man. We know it's a man who's on the train. Gets rid of half these people. If it's a right-wing extremist, you can probably rule out the minorities. But we don't have good evidence for that yet. Do we need to reread our interview with our military guy now that we've got him involved? Let's not forget that we have the server if we can come up with his username. So we might try to put in some variations of his username. Oh, that's it. His username on the blog. His username on the blog. We might be able to get into the blog now. I'm going to check in with the chat in a second. Let me just organize this a little bit better. So where's our comment? Yeah, from our blog post. Okay. So if we're right that he's Lieutenant Wills 63, then we might have his username. Now, let me check in with the chat before that. Learning through pain. Did we see this line in an interview? Nelson says he could be helping the bomber if the bomber had no experience with the explosives and called him for help. Yes, he could be the one on the other end of the phone. That would make sense. We have Truth Seeker in the blog, which could be the writer of the first letter. That's an interesting point, Truth Seeker. Truth is coming. Bring the truth. That's an interesting idea that this is all, these are people on the blog. Okay, Truth Seeker, there's a line that shouldn't be crossed, but when citizens are held back, that line gets closer and closer. Does Truth Seeker come up again? Hashtag always resist. And he's laughing. Let's take a look at the interview with Tyler Vaughn again, and then I'm curious to see if we can get into the server using his username. DUI. We've got his license plate. We're told that he's seen some stuff happen through change, but no further hint about what that would be. Let me just take a look at his interview again. Oh, he's the guy who's brought his lawyer. Okay, right. Military. He's an expert. He's got friends in bomb squad. Angry man who's a bomb expert. No mention of how they know he's angry. Okay. I'm sure we can get a coworker to vouch for his alibi. Okay, let's try to get into his server, but let me check with the chat. Chat says, wasn't truth mentioned on the first notes with the cutout letter? Yes, absolutely it was. It was mentioned right here. It is coming. 7 days will bring truth. So yes, I like this idea that it's possible this other person on the blog, Truth Seeker now, if those could be the two, Truth Seeker and our guy Tyler could be the two. Let's see, though, if we can get into that website now that we know his username. That might be a big clue about whether he's the accomplice or the mastermind. So what are we going to do here? We're going to go over to Sarah, bring up our web page, go into the media server. Okay, so we think the Statue of Liberty year, where's our notes? I didn't discuss the coffee I'm drinking today from the local roaster here, Mad Goat. They've got this new coffee that's only in their coffee shop here, not in the normal stores I've seen. Light roasted, city light, but washed. So the light roasted coffees that aren't washed are quite fermented tasting, but this one is not nearly as fruity, but quite good. Does anyone else here roast their own coffee? Not roast their own coffee, grind their own coffee and roast it. All right, where is our password information? So we wrote down the date in the newspaper of the Statue of Liberty as 1875, though there was some debate on the channel about the internet says that the groundbreaking ceremony was 1886 or the declaration ceremony, but I think 1875 is our date, although no one has checked my math. Well, I think 1875. Then the question is this going to be his login here? Username. So let's just try LIEUTENANT Lieutenant WILLS 63, which is based on his middle name, WILLS. Okay, let's see if this lets us in. No. Did I spell it all correctly? This is how we get into trouble when these things get mistaken. LIEUTENANT WILLS 63. So maybe we were right that he's not right. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he is the accessory who's planting the bomb. And maybe he's one of these unknowns. Using cash. Marco says, maybe we're going too far, and we've got the information we need. Okay, well, let's see. That was absolutely worth a try. That seems like a valid username. But if he's not the mastermind, wait a minute, wait. We have another theory, right? Our other theory was that he's the truth guy. Let me try that as username. I mean, the idea that you would use the same username on two sites is how people get caught out. So before I move on from Lieutenant Wills, let me see what happens if we try the theory that he's the other guy talking to Wills. Truth seeker now. No. Although there's still some debate about this. Boy, I would love it if this page confirmed it. Okay, well, this is all considering that I've got the password right. Statue of Liberty year. Someone better double check my math on that. All right, well, we didn't find the username there, but that's okay. We can back up now. It seems a little premature. We can back up now to what Marco was saying about maybe the server is not time for us here. Let's see. 2 artifacts reveal the identity of the accomplice and allow a search warrant to be obtained. Okay, so what we think is that the accomplice, then, we're going to assume that the accomplice is our military guy. So this thing surely is one of the pieces of evidence where he says, avoid the trains. So if we were to identify the evidence here, one of them is blog post 3, which is 05. And then what we would say that it's this profile that gives us his middle name that is the second piece of information, right? You think it's the interview or the suspect profile form? Let me look at the suspect profile form. So the suspect profile form doesn't have his middle name. So I'm thinking that the thing that locks us in that he belongs to this account is this information. But it's ambiguous, right? Because like this doesn't say he was a lieutenant. Only this gives us that he was a military. So, but I would pick this one. This is a little weird here, but let's see if we can go back and do what we did before. Let's go back to the website. Suspect profile also has the fact that he worked at Marston Security. And you're right, this one also talks about, I've worked for Marston Security. Okay, good. So that's it. It's these 2 items then, for sure. Okay. So, let's see. Ready to verify your next stage. The interview tells us he's a bomb expert. That's true too. Yeah, this is a little awkward. This part about what 2 pieces. I mean, for all we know, it would accept multiple answers. But let's try it here. So we're gonna say that the 2 items are blog post 3, which is 05, and the suspect profile form for Tyler Vaughn, which is C3. So let's try putting him in random order. Let's see what it says. Detective, we need a warrant number. Say what now? You need a warrant number. Police wish to get a search warrant for the home of the accomplice. So I guess what it's asking us is to find the original warrant request? Is that what it wants from us? I'm not sure why. We did have a sheet with an original warrant request in it. Was it broken up? Is it this? Reapply using a warrant reference number. All right. That's pretty weird. Why it wants this. Okay. 636-39128. I mean, I don't see how. That's weird. Success. All right. So we have identified Tyler as our accomplice on the train. Somehow he got on, paid cash, so he was unidentified. It does make a little sense, though, when you think about it, that all the unidentified people paid cash, right? Isn't that what that's probably what logically this is telling us, right? It's all the cash people they couldn't identify. So he paid cash to stay under the radar. That's why he didn't show up. Okay. Time to move on to phase 3. 3 of 4. Here we go. What the heck? Looks like we've got something for decoding message of some sort. Let's make our way through it. I mean, now that you got one accomplice, you're home free. Oops, not that. This. You have obtained the search warrant for Lieutenant Tyler Vaughn's house, and police carried it out. After speaking with him, police believe he was only an accessory to the bombing, but has vital information about the bomber's identity. Police have uploaded the audio of their interview with him. You can access it here. Which 2 artifacts reveal the motive of the bomber? And who is the one suspect? Okay, so it sounds like our next phase, we're going to find our suspect. Maybe phase 4 is the end solution, but maybe we're going to have to defuse a bomb. However, it's time for us to listen to the audio interview of Tyler. Where is Tyler? Okay, we're going to get to hear the interview with him. I'm very curious to hear what he says. So let's bring this up. Okay. Ready? And we could read a transcript, but let's listen to the audio. They got a whole bunch of, look at all these questions. I prefer they just played this in one audio, but okay. All right, here we go. Let me know if you can't hear it, if it's too loud, etc.
I've been working that life for the past decade. I've had stuff like that all over my house for years.
Okay, so he asked him, why were there bomb diagrams and train schedules in your house? He said, that's normal. How did you know about the Addenberg bomb? Because he talked in the blog that he knew to not go on trains. All right, how did you know about the bomb?
I told this guy things I knew from all my years in the bomb defusal unit in the military. I shouldn't have. Afterwards, I had a feeling he was going to go through with it.
How did the bomber contact you?
The only way we ever communicated was online. He always went by the same username. It was FutureMan72.
Future Man 72? I wonder if that's a lie. He said, we only communicated online. We don't have a Future Man 72, though, do we? No. I wonder if he's lying, though. Do you know who they are?
No, I really don't. I knew if I came forward without a name, I'd take the fall for it all. I've been trying to find out ever since.
I think I understand a little better, though, what happened. Although he says we only ever communicated online. Like, this guy's the accomplice. We were told that because that was our assignment, to pick out the accomplice, which is this guy. But do we think this guy was on the train? No. Now I'm thinking the bomber was on the train and called him or someone else. I mean, this guy we're talking to, interviewing, is claiming that he gave information to the bomber but didn't actually do anything. Oh, here we go. What did you do for the bomber?
I just told him some of the things I knew. I told him about timing devices and how to wire components.
So he's claiming he wasn't the one on the train. Why did you go along with everything?
At first, I thought I was just sharing what I knew. I was angry with my life at the time and didn't think. Afterwards, I figured I could make it all go away if I just said nothing.
Where did he put the next bomb, the one that's coming up?
He wouldn't tell me. I tried to find out. I wasn't going to help him again, but he asked for help with the timing device. Then he told me, with or without your help, is going off at 9:15.
So next bomb, 9:15. Okay, why was the bomber doing this?
I don't know. I really don't. He would always talk about justice, though, and making things right.
Did you help him with the new bomb?
He sent me information about the bomb and asked for more parts, but I refused to give him any more help.
Do you have anything else to say?
I hope you stop him. I know I'll have to answer for my part in this, and I will. But I don't want to see anyone else die. If I could take it all back, I would. I really would.
Maybe he's telling the truth. You know who they are. Let's listen to this again.
No, I really don't. I knew if I came forward without a name, I'd take the fall for it all. I've been trying to find out ever since. The only way we ever communicated was online. He always went by the same username. It was FutureMan72.
Future Man 72 is the username of our guy. Well, now maybe we can get into the server if that's the username of that person. Oh, I guess we have some more evidence. Let's take a look at the rest of our evidence before we continue. And our assignment. Our assignment is to find the motive. Two artifacts are going to give us the motive, and then from that, we should be able to get our suspect. Now, let's look at what else we've got. We do have more information. We have these two weird things that look like they're for figuring out code. We've got, looks like the bomb making materials. It looks like this is going to be Lieutenant Wills's house, where he's got bomb making materials. I might want to try to zoom in on this. He's got diagram here. He's fed up with so it is politically motivated. Let's see if we get told where this is from. Then maybe we'll examine this picture more carefully, especially this. Here's a bomb wiring diagram. Oh, that looks like what this is for. All right. Let's take a look at these two statements. Wilma Smith. Oh, when they executed the search warrant, they talked to the neighbor. Neighbor says, I know Tyler really well. He cuts my grass sometimes. I know we used to do a bit with the bombs, but he isn't the type to hurt anyone. Probably just needed the money, don't we all? Used to do a what? A lot. I know he used to do a lot with bombs, but he's not the type that would hurt people. Okay, Wilma Smith. And then what have we got here? An interview with Robert Towns. Another interview with the rail yard guy? The wrong person. We have the wrong person, you said. What do you have to say for yourself, Robert? Do you know what? Wait a minute. This feels like this shouldn't be here. This feels wrong. I feel like we might have, the game might be, we might have broken it. I feel like we shouldn't have seen that. I feel like maybe that was assembled wrong. I don't know how to fix that. Is this the first time on this channel that a used game has been reassembled wrong and given away? Because that felt like it was giving away information that we shouldn't have. Oh. And no mention of what this is for, where this is from, but maybe from the search warrant, we would assume. Where is this? Really a shame that this doesn't tell us, here's the list of items in here. I wonder if the tip line would tell us. Well, even if that gave away everything, it doesn't stop, as we've talked about here on this channel. It's one thing to suspect something, it's another thing to prove it. Let's see if there's any list here of stuff we don't have. So, oh, here's our list of people that we can suspect. Ed, Robert, Karen, or Thomas. That's going to be our suspect. From our remaining suspects. Media server document, we haven't accessed this. We could try Future Man 72 on the server. That's a great idea. Let's do that. That's a great idea. Okay, so we think the login might be Future Man 72, and we still think the password is 1875. So let's try that. Everyone so far has been capital. Maybe it doesn't matter. Future Man 72. 1875. Maybe it's not going to care about caps. Ah, okay, so that was it. Good work. All right, let's see. I'm sorry, not for what I have done, but for how I had to do it. If you're reading this, my plan has been executed and justice has been served. The ending to my story had to be a transfer station 3. Had to be transfer station 3. This is where I was to pick up Megan the day of the derailment. Okay, so it was the derailment. To my family, you didn't deserve to see me like this, in this turmoil. You didn't deserve my negativity. Please understand, I did this for truth. I did this out of love, not hate. Love for you all and my wife. After that day, I looked in the mirror and saw an afraid, helpless, and hopeless man who had not given honor to his one and only. I have served that justice now, and I hope it will lead to no other person being treated like this again. For once, I finished something I started and preserved my late wife's name. Megan, I love you. Robert. So, it's okay. We didn't have anything spoiled. It was Robert. And Robert Towns, let's find his interview. Here's Robert Towns' interview. Oh, that's that's the new interview. We'll get to that in a second, but let's find his first interview and statement. Okay, so Robert Lee Towns. It does look like our theory was right about it all being about the derailment. So Robert's wife was killed in the derailment. Now let's see if we can bring up the newspaper articles and see if we can match his wife to the newspaper problem. Where are our, oh, they're right here in front of me. Okay, so there's the derailment as we suspected in terms of motive. All right, so let's see if we have any clue of Robert being the husband here. Okay, 3 victims, Rebecca L., Megan T. So T was her last name here. Towns. Okay, so we probably, if we had spent a little more time, we should have concluded that Robert could have been the husband of Megan T. Makes sense. I mean, I was suspicious from the start that that was our motive. Okay, so we've got his. Now that we found that that's what this is all about, revenge for the death of the wife. But now I did this for truth, but why is he doing it again? I wonder, does the game really intend us to get here so early? Let's see. So here's his bomb wiring, a Brigger 3600. Where's our bomb list? So I guess we're going to have to decommission this bomb, defuse this bomb. Somewhere we have a list of bombs and how to defuse them. Our table's getting a bit messy here. Might be time for a break anyway. So here's his here's his notes. I will note that he's got his own copies of them. I will note that. Okay, so when we initially read this, I thought there might be some significance to the missing O and the missing T. But actually, now that I look at his version and this version, it looks like probably the O and the T are there. They're just, as you can see down here, almost in this version, they're almost white. So I don't think those are significant after all. All right, so we're gonna need our decoding bomb sheet that tells us how to defuse this bomb, I guess. But I don't understand this thing here. What two artifacts reveal the motive of the bomber? I mean, we've already figured out how to log into his server, and so here he is telling us his motive. So it's kind of weird that we're being asked this. Like, we don't need two artifacts for his motive. His motive is right on the website. So I guess we can answer the media server documents. So Q7 is one of the things that reveals his motive. So maybe the other thing is the newspaper article about the derailment. Don't you think that that's the second piece of evidence? So the train derailment article by Mike Brown. So it seems like probably it's the media server L2 and Q7, right? We don't need any of his interviews. The second interview, I feel like we're not supposed to see yet. I feel like that was misfiled, but thankfully we've got the information right here. So I think the answer is going to be the article about the derailment and his wife combined with the media server documents. So Q7 and L2. I'm just going to go put those in and see if that's right. So for phase 3, oh, and it wants the suspect. Okay, so we think we know that too. Okay, so the Brown article about the derailment, which is L2, and the media server documents, which is Q7. No. Oh boy. Wait, they want a digit and a code. 6 digits. Oh, and they also want the suspect. I see. Okay, all right. So stop. So it says, use the artifacts listed below. Each is a thing. 2 artifacts reveal the motive and who is the one suspect. Okay, so it wants also V2 for Robert. So V2. Okay, good catch. All right, so now it's going to let us open phase 3. So it's a little weird. I feel like this last interview shouldn't be in packet 3, but we'll have to see if it is. But before we move on, I just want to see if we can read anything on his notebook. No. I'm assuming that this diagram is from the search warrant of Taylor's house. So it is a little bit misleading because it's showing us his bomb making stuff, but it's pointing us towards a political motive. But really, when we figured out how to get into the server, it's what points us to this guy. And that this guy was telling the truth, that he was just telling this guy how to build bombs. All right. So in Tyler's house, I think, we found these bomb wiring stuff that he's taught this guy how to use. So sounds like we're done with that. And now we can open, we've been told, stage 4, which is where I think this belonged. So let's open stage 4. Let's take our break first. So we'll break for 8 minutes. We'll come back with our probably what's going to be our final session or so. Thanks to the chat for helping me out. A little bit of a hiccup here involving a piece of evidence that I think came out too early. I can't for sure tell you whether it's a bug in the game or a bug in the person who reassembled it. But we'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. You're watching Caught for Two. So there's a real risk when you buy a used mystery game like this, a worry always that someone may have marked up a document, folded it, cut it, written on it, or in a case like this, filed it in the wrong section. And I believe that is what happened. I believe we got one document in the Phase 3 envelope that shouldn't have been in the Phase 3 envelope, and it sort of gave away an important thing about the suspect. Fortunately, however, we had already figured out how to get into the media server, and once we did that, we got the access to this item, which confirmed all of our initial theories that this was revenge for the derailment and that the name of the bomber is Robert, who's the husband of Megan. And it says right here, Towns. So it's giving us his name. So it's clear, it was clearly Robert Towns. So really nothing was spoiled for us, but that is a scary moment. And from a game design perspective, maybe we'll talk about when we finished whether it needed to have his full last name right here on this page. It would have been better if this was like a little more ambiguous for us to solve, but okay, no matter. We've found out our suspect and proceeded to stage 4, which we will open in a second here. But remember, there is still a current bomb. And did Robert kill himself or something? Or he's just on the run, I don't know. But here is proof positive that it is Robert Townsend. And this looks like the bomb he's creating, the Brigger 3600, which he got instructions and help from our bomb maker from the military. So I did go ahead and pull up our list here from the beginning of Bomb Defusal Guide, and we can see, can we see? Yes, there is the Brigger 3600. So it has an 8.4 mile radius. It's gas, smoke, and incendiary with a timed detonation. And here's how to defuse it. And I did want to point, we do have this from our military guy's house. So coil, battery, phone, coil, battery, coil, trigger, trigger. The phone is our trigger A and trigger B. So perhaps we have to use that to do that. I do want to show also this, which is a document that I think we had from the beginning that we didn't, that we skipped over. But I do want to point out that they talk about chemical composition. This is from the first bomb, I guess. They examined the chemical composition of the bomb materials, fingerprints from the letters, and the media server. The chemical composition of the explosives of the bomb are these, but they don't really help us. Fingerprints, no fingerprints on the letters. And they don't know how to get into the media server. So nothing new here, nothing important there. But clearly we're going to have to defuse this bomb. I don't know if seeing our lieutenant bomb making material here is of any use to us. It feels like this is what we need to defuse our bomb. However, let's open phase 4 and get confirmation that that's what we're really up to here. Okay, so it looks like we've got a proper train schedule. Oh, maybe we're going to catch him trying to escape. It's like a different train station, different train route. Phase 4. Congratulations, you've identified the Addenberg train bomber as Robert Towns. Police arrested him and brought him in for questioning. They quickly realized there is still an active bomb threat on a train. You need to identify what train the bomb is on. Which 4-digit number corresponds to the train that the bomb is on? Okay, so we have 2 train schedules. We have one here and one here. I wonder if maybe this whole case was reassembled more in a more ad hoc manner than we initially realized, because maybe that initial train schedule we were looking at was meant to be in this last box. There's our train map. And we can answer that question by looking at the evidence a little bit. But we definitely need our other train schedule. We've got 2 train schedules in this envelope, but we also have one from the beginning. Where is that? From looking at this, we can see if we should have had the train schedule early. Maybe we shouldn't have. Yes, right from the start, we should have had that schedule. Okay, so no bug there. We were supposed to have that initial train schedule. Let's find it in our evidence one. I don't know how. Bonus phase. Okay. The trouble we have maintaining evidence within one game, can you imagine how many cases get destroyed, get thrown off track because the detective loses some document, misplaces it? All right, so here's our schedule we had in the first from the start. And now in this phase, we've gotten 2 more. So we've been asked, let me put this aside. There's our train map. Okay, we've been tasked in this phase to find out what train the bomb is on. That's our mission here, just to find out what train the bomb is on, not to defuse it yet. So this feels like information about defusing the bomb we'll get to later. How are we going to know what train the bomb is on? Well, I think that this is supposed to be in this envelope. This is the one that was in our previous envelope, but I think should have been in this envelope. We're told that he's been arrested and brought him in for questioning. So I think this is his transcript of his interview. The wrong person? We have the wrong person, you said. What do you have to say for yourself, Robert? Do you know why yet? Your wife? You killed all those people for your wife? They ended that investigation in 7 days. 7 days was all the time they spent. Everyone needs to see and feel what I felt, so this never happens again. Everyone will finally get it after today. They will see. Robert, you do not need to hurt any more people. Tell me where the new bomb is. You can make this right. What train is it on? 7 days, and then everyone forgot. They won't forget anymore. Never again. Tell us. Good luck. Oh, we are going to find it and stop this mission you think you are on. Then you're going to answer for all the pain you caused. You can believe that. Get him out of here. All right, so we are in an interesting situation here in that we don't know. It's not immediately obvious at this point what train it should be on. But let's see if we can figure it out. But it's not clear to me what train he would put it on. He's obsessed with 7 days. He's obsessed with the truth. So let's look for any sign of those key words, truth, or his wife, whose name was Megan, or information perhaps related to that initial derailment. Let's take a look at that again. Maybe the chat has some theory. Let me look at this first, actually, before I get an answer from the chat. Let me just see if there's any clue in this original accident. Okay. May 7th, Penny Lipton, the press liaison. Okay. Exact cause of the crash. Warped steel. Came to an end 1 week. We should have picked up on this, that it was exactly 1 week after the initial thing. They closed the case. Karen Cole was our person. Funeral. 3 of the victims outside the Wellview Unified Church. Lifelong friends traveling together that day, returning from a soccer trip. They were each married. All right. What train would it be on? Let's see here. What is our theory? Let me just see if there are any places that jump out. Bird Sanctuary, Convention Center, City Hall. Something to do with his wife. I mean, he blew up the first train, we think, on this route. Yeah, I wonder if... No, I was just thinking maybe the wrong... Morning service to Candace Beach, morning service to Diamond City, morning service to Addenberg. So not only, let's think about it for a second. Okay, not only do we need to know the train, but the route, but the train. Okay, so we do have a clue about that, right? Our guy, the military guy, told us the time of the next bomb, 9:15. So we do know that we're looking for a bomb that's going to go off at 9:15. So let's see. If it's on the morning service to Addenberg, it would be blowing up at Cannon Drive. If it's on the morning service to Candace Beach, then it's going to blow up at Transfer Station 1. Oh, here, I guess. If it's on this route, it could be going at Cannon Drive or Blaney or Transfer Station 3 or Cardinal Place here. Okay, so we're looking for so if he wanted to go off Candace Beach, it would be here, or the Bird Sanctuary here, or Transfer Station 1 would be here. And then here, it doesn't have a 9:15. Okay, let's look over here. He wanted to put it on this line. At 9:15, it would go off, not here. Okay, 9:15 at the steel mines. 9:15 at the transfer station. 9:15 at Courthouse Row. Where does he want it to blow up? Where does he want it to blow up? Does he want it to blow up where his wife was killed by the derailment? Or does he want it to go off where this company is? I wonder if we hear about where the company is in any of these. Antioch is the company. Antioch Railway. They're at the hospital. Surely he's mad at the Antioch place, but where is the Antioch train headquarters? Is that what he'd be trying to blow up? Well, if he wants to remember his wife, particular section of the northeast track. Do we know where this derailment was? Did we read about it somewhere else? They were coming home from soccer, traveling together, returning from a soccer trip. Airport, rail yard, park, Britton Park, Harmonic Drive, Willow Drive. That sounds familiar. Let me check in with the chat, see if anyone picked up something I haven't. There was something wrong with the tracks. They were warped. At the server, it said he would end at station 3. Oh, did he say on the server that it would end at station 3? I think you're right. Let's see. Okay. He says, I was supposed to pick up Megan the day of the derailment. Where did it say station 3? Where did it say station 3? If you're reading this, plan has been executed, justice has been served. This ending to my story had to be transfer station 3. Okay, well, you're absolutely right. Okay, so 9:15 transfer station 3. So let's see. We've got transfer 3 in, well, okay, so now it's fairly straightforward. We've got transfer station 3 on all of our train routes. There's transfer station 3. I don't know why he wants it to end there, but okay. So let's look. What transfer station 3 has a 9:15? This transfer station 3 doesn't have a 9:15. This transfer station 3 has a 9:16. Close. But this transfer station has a 9:15 right there. Train 6189 is in transfer station 3 at exactly 9:15 a.m. So I think that's it right there, which would be train 6189. So 6189, which is right there. I mean, let's go try to put it in. No point in beating around the bush here. So phase 4, 6189. Success. You've completed phase 4. Found the train with the bomb. However, your job isn't finished. Open up the bonus envelope now. All right. Well, I thought that was going to give us something more to really chew on instead of just combining those two things. Feels like we're going to be able to defuse the bomb now. Okay, bonus envelope, which is here. So the bonus envelope has 2 more transparencies. A photo of the train and the bomb. Oh my God, it's huge. And there's, looks like the detonator on it. Instructions for our bonus phase and a photo of the bomb. So we can decide what wires to clip. Okay, let's read what it says for our bonus stage phase. You've identified the train the bomb is on. Your team has boarded the train. Now you must defuse the bomb before it explodes. To defuse the bomb, arrange the wiring fragments to complete the bomb wiring diagram. Hurry, choose the wires to cut in the proper order. Hurry before it's too late. What 5 letters correspond to the 5 wires that need to be cut? Note, order of the letters matters. Use the list below and follow the instructions. Okay, so we're going to cut wires in an order. All right, so here they are here. Now we know if he's building this Rigger 3600 that we should cut them in this order. Coil B, battery A, coil A, trigger B, trigger A. So that's the order we have to cut. This is just for fun. Okay, but to do that, we have to reconstruct this. We have to reconstruct this using these. I think probably we weren't, well, maybe we're supposed to get this. Okay, so you can see that the colors of the wire match the colors that are here. So we're going to rebuild this wiring diagram. Maybe we don't use all of these, maybe we do. Once we wire it, we'll know how to cut the lines. So this is one of these things that's not fun to watch, but it has to be done here. Okay, so, and these could be flipped. All right, well, we know that 5 is the red line, so we should be able to connect this so that red is 5. Green is 4, so that looks right. Not sure there'd be any other way to get a red over there. All right. Then one is black, so I'm looking for a black 1. How can I put this so that a black is at 1? That's one way. That might be the only way. Okay. Yellow is 2. So where is my yellow 2? Looks like can't be there. Hmm. How do I get a yellow 2? Oh, here. There we go. Here's our yellow 2. Okay. Next up, there should be an orange 3. So that looks like there. Okay, so if we get everything lined up perfectly, there's our wiring diagram. Okay, and shifting this over a little so we can read the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, D, E. Okay, now we reconstructed the wiring diagram. Fine. Now where's our instructions? First, we cut coil B. So coil B is the green. And how does it want us to specify it? Just to give it the order of the colors. Okay, fine. All right, so your mission here is to make sure I don't foul this up and blow up a bomb on us. Let me zoom out a bit. Okay, so Rigger 3600, coil B is our first cut. That's coil B is green. Okay, next we're supposed to cut battery A. There is only a battery A. Yes. Okay. Battery A is the black line. That's B for black. Coil A here is yellow. coil 3600. Trigger B is here. That's orange. God help you if you're colorblind. I guess if you're a bomb disposal person, you shouldn't be colorblind. And then trigger A, which here is the red. Okay. Did we see a picture of the wiring in the photo on the server? That's a good question. We clearly don't need it, but did we also see it here? Uh, we're looking at something different here. You know why? Because this is his spare bomb. The spare bomb, this is assuming this is his practice bomb. But should we not assume that he's built the bigger bomb then? Like, I'm assuming that he's building the bigger bomb because that's what we're looking at there. But it's an interesting theory that what if the bomb that's on this train is not this bomb? I don't think there's any, I don't think this game has shown that it's trying to be that tricky, but this feels like this diagram here is not to do with our case. It's all colors that aren't used in this. But clearly, this is this, right? So, and the one on the website is using different colors and stuff, browns and blues. So I don't think that has to do with our bomb. But you could make the case that what you're looking at here is the Brigger 3600, and that we're looking out on the train is not. So would there be any reason for us to think, before we blow ourselves up, is there any reason for us to think that this bomb on the train is a different bomb than the Brigger 3600? I don't think so. But it is a good question. Other than this website thing, we don't know what kind of bomb this is. We're assuming the notes on the website. Remember, he's getting instructions from his friend. He doesn't really know how to make bombs himself, so probably only knows how to make that one bomb. But is there any reason we should doubt that that is the model of this bomb? Because shouldn't we think that if this is the Brigger 3600 that uses very different color wires, then the bomb we've got in front of us isn't the Brigger 3600? Isn't that the more logical thing? The new photo and the server photo look the same to me. Note the 4 blue battery things to me. Yeah, but then there's a real flaw because these are not the right colors for us. But you're right that this picture here definitely seems to match that there, except it's reversed, right? It is a mirror image. Like flipped. But this feels to me just like a flaw in the game. Like the image on the server is flipped and it's different colors. I think it's just a game design mistake. And that this bomb on the server is meant to be the same bomb here. But it is like, it's not the kind of mistake you want to make with the real bomb. Is there any possibility? Have we gotten any other clues about what bomb it could be if it wasn't a Brigger 3600? Anywhere else has he talked about using a different kind of bomb or told us a range that it should be? Or a type? I don't think so. But it is troubling. In a harder game, I would fear a trap. DJ Moneycut says maybe there was something in that forensics report about bombs. I don't know. We can take a look at it, though. Chemical composition of the explosive material included polymoxanthirin, thiopentane acid, pyridoxine disodium. So 3 materials, but there's no, you'd have to go on the internet to find those. The Brigger is gas, smoke, and incendiary. That feels like those could be the 3 ingredients. But look, this says time destination. Whereas, don't we think this is a cell phone? So it's probably remote destination? Now I'm having second thoughts. Like, the Brigger 3600 is timed detonation. But this sure feels like it's phone detonation. So do we need to limit ourselves to the remote detonators? Then we have, this is an interesting moment we find ourselves in. So should we be looking at the cruise, which has a remote detonation? Impact, motion, remote. Timed, impact, timed. So really, should we only be looking at the Cruise J1903 versus the Brigger 3562, which could be related to our server one, which might be why it looks similar. So is this our bomb, the Brigger 3562? Gas, smoke, incendiary. Gas, smoke, incendiary. Both the 3600 and the 3562 have similar materials. Should we re-listen to the... Oh, wait, DJ Moneycut says it did have a fixed time to go off. So maybe it was timed and the timer was on the phone. It's a very interesting situation we find ourselves in. I don't think the military guy told us about what kind of bomb, but we could certainly check it out if we wanted to be sure. This is a weird case where we're sort of, do we give the game more credit than it's earned? It hasn't really earned our respect in terms of making it such a clever little ending thing. Okay, but let's see. Where did he put the next bomb? Why was he doing this? Did we help him with the new bomb? All right, let's take a listen to this.
He sent me information about the bomb and asked for more parts, but I refused to give him any more help.
You have anything else to say?
I hope you stop him. I know I'll have to answer for my part in this, and I will. But I don't want to see anyone else die. If I could take it all back, I would. I really would.
Where did he put the next bomb?
He wouldn't tell me. I tried to find out. I wasn't going to help him again, but he asked for help with the timing device.
Timing device.
With or without your help is going off at 9:15.
9:15. Okay. All right. Well, it does seem like it's timed now. So all of our... It's too bad. I mean, we were really trying to think through a more complicated scenario where it's related to the one on his desk, but it's different because it's remote. But really, it's the opposite. It's that we know it is timed. So probably we only have a couple to choose from, and one of the ones on his desk is that one. So I think we got it right. All right, here we go. We're going to put in this code and see if we blow up or not. If we don't, we'll just explain it to our boss that our logic was sound. All right, let's put in... All right, hurry, it says. Tick, tick, tick. Okay, got plenty of time. All right, here we go. GBYOR. Which is green. Let me just double check, 'cause I don't want to be wrong here. Coil B is green. Battery A is... Sorry, battery A is black, which is B. Coil A is yellow. Trigger B is orange, O. Trigger A is red, R. Okay. Here we go. Addenberg train bomber, you win. Congratulations, you defused the bomb and saved countless lives. You completed the Addenberg bomber case and are quite the detective. Listen below for a news report about the Addenberg bomber. Okay. Well, let's just give ourselves some little celebratory... Although in a bombing case, maybe an explosion of confetti is not the thing for the nerves of the people working on the case. But let's take a listen to this.
Breaking news out of Addenberg, New York this evening. The ongoing investigation to find the Addenberg train bomber has ended. Robert Towns has been taken into custody by local authorities. He is believed to be responsible for the original bombing in 2003 and a more recent threat to a train operated by Anti-Talk Railways. The investigation was aided by a private detective team called the Cold Case Crackers. Local and federal authorities have given credit to the Cold Case Crackers for their quick detective work and preventing another tragedy in Addenberg. The private detective team not only found the necessary evidence to find those who were responsible, they also defused an active explosive on train 6189. Talk about timely detective work. In other news, a heist carried out in Fair Lake, Nevada is making national headlines. Thieves made off with over $3 million, and authorities have been unable to identify those responsible. Detective Butler of the Fair Lake Police Department said that we have no suspects in custody, but are following all leads, and we will find who is responsible. No one commits a crime in Fair Lake and doesn't face justice eventually. We will certainly keep you posted to any new developments in the Fair Lake heist. I just can't help but think that the cold case crackers would really be helpful to the Fair Lake Police Department. That does it for crime news tonight. Remember, stay safe and stay tuned.
All right, so a little pitch for their other case. All right, let's see if there's anything else here. Okay, so that's it. That's the end of the case. We solved it. We did defuse the bomb. Let's take our normal short break. We'll take a 3-minute break here. Then we'll come back. We'll talk about the case. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. I'll see you in 3 minutes. We are back to talk about Cold Case Crackers, the Addenberg train bomber case. I think this was the second case in their series, if the letters are in order. And it's an interesting experience. I'm trying to sort of put together my thoughts on this. I think it pays to put it in context with the first game that we played, which was the one that was adverted in that little segment there. And when we played the Fair Lake Heist case, I know it was on the easy side, as was this case. And I know that when we finished that case, I said I would absolutely recommend that to beginners because it was a very solid case, had some fun elements, had some good documents and evidence, and was overall very good, except that it might have been a little too easy for us. I think here, though, there are other problems. I don't feel as positively as I did about the Fair Lake heist. We hit one hiccup that was not the fault of the designers, that I'm quite sure must have been the person who repackaged this, put something in the wrong thing. It didn't majorly affect us. But there were a couple things here that were unforced errors, you might say. And there was a whole confusion thing with the train schedule that seemed like a bug. Seemed clear that it was a bug. And then there were some weird moments with what evidence it wanted us to use to prove things. I mean, we got it all right, but it occasionally felt like, what's the point? You're just asking us to mechanically tell you what items were used to solve it. And it wasn't even up for grabs. The quality of the documents was good and fine, and the multimedia stuff was well done. I mean, it's sort of above and beyond for this kind of game. It wasn't anything amazing, but to have that multimedia in a game like this is nice. But I guess I would say I'm going to check in with the chat for a second and get your thoughts, but the dominant thought I have from this is missed opportunities. You sort of got people who are capable of writing a good case, providing lots of interesting detail. The writing, the dialogue, I thought was very good. The interviews are entertaining to read and are fun. And I thought the plot of this whole case was good. A terrorist train bomber who's repeating a bombing between a couple years with these interesting details of a week between warning. Like, all the setup was entertaining and intriguing. But at every juncture, the game was sort of like feeding us the answer and was always taking the path that was least interesting. And almost like there would be a very good case here, and then it was dumbed down to be so easy that all of the best parts were thrown out. And we saw that a bunch of times. Like right at the end, we tried to make the game more interesting for us. We said, wait a second, the map, the diagram on the diagram on the website is very similar, but not quite. It's sort of inverted, and the colors are wrong. So maybe the fact that this is called the Brigger 3600 here and is in his office means that's not the one that's on the train. And maybe there's some clue about which one it is. Maybe there's some clue about the materials, or the fact we tried to say, wait a second, the diagram has a phone. Maybe it's remote detonated, and maybe we could use this, that we should say that it's the remote detonated Brigger. Like all the things, every instant where we tried to make it more involved, make it require some real deduction, the game said, nope. you don't need any real deduction. You just follow the instructions. And we did that like 3 or 4 times, right? The other time we did that was with the train schedules. If you'll remember, we got a bunch of these train schedules, right? And I said, when we got out the train schedule puzzle, and it said, what train is it on? And I said, aha, we don't know exactly what train it's on, but let's think about the bomber and what's important to him. His wife was killed in a derailment. He's upset that the investigation was pushed under the rug. We know the time, 9:15. Where would he want the bomb to go off? Where is emotionally significant for him? And I looked around and I couldn't think of a place. And the channel said, stop trying to figure out where he might want the bomb. Just read his blog, his post, which says, I knew it had to end at transfer station 3. Oh, he does say, this is where I was supposed to pick up Megan the day of the drama. Okay, so he does say why transfer station 3 was emotionally important for us, but it just tells us the answer. The answer is transfer station 3. And there were a bunch of times there, and where did we get his username? We get told. The guy says, I know his username is FutureMan72. And then his actual name is on the media server here. Instead of just saying his wife's name is Megan and his first name is Rod, like at every juncture, it was not the deeper, interesting thing. It did not require real deduction of us. It was just spoon feeding it to us. And that was a real unfortunate. So you could say, well, this is suitable. I really do think this case is only really suitable for beginners. If the writing quality was bad, then you just wouldn't recommend it to anyone. But the writing quality is good enough that it's a sad not to recommend it. But I really would like the cases are good enough and the setup is good enough. I'd love to see them remake these into harder games. In fact, this is the first time I've ever played one of these games where it's occurred to me that I wonder if the authors of these games would consider making them in different difficulty versions. But this is the first game we played where I felt like really it's a shame that this game didn't demand more of us deduction-wise and didn't require us to figure things out that were more interesting. It kind of felt like we were just mechanically going through the motions, much like this bomb defusal was cute, clever, but there's no deduction involved. You're just basically putting together the pieces. And maybe this is a rare case where it's broken up into so many different phases. In general, the use of phase system, like you see here, multiple acts, is usually something I talk about as a very good thing. Like, it's a great idea to make it more dynamic. And I do think it's great that they have little finale showdowns in the first 2 cases we played. Both cases had a little special bonus finale that I do like, sort of time, something that feels like it's tense. But I wonder if this isn't a case where this was too many. Like, basically, they've broken it up into these short little steps that meant we were always focused on just answering this very easy, simple question at each stage. We were never left with a moment of not knowing what to do, never left at a moment not knowing where to look. So, a bit of a miss here for me. A shame, but I would play more cases of theirs. I just wish this group would write harder cases that are befitting their skill at telling story. All right, let's check in with the chat. Nelson said, some gripes that detract from the design were the confusion between the train lines, the different bomb wiring on the website. I also think we suffered a bit from repackaging not being exactly like a new bot jet. Just that one part, at least. DJ Moneycat said, I like the story and everything worked well. Nothing super clever, a bit too straightforward for an experienced group, but would make a good case for those new to the genre. That's how I felt about the Fair Lake Heist. That's absolutely how I felt about the Fair Lake Heist. This one I felt had some moments that were made it a little less appealing to recommend to a new group for me. Marlene says, I'm new, I enjoyed it, nothing too confusing. And Mono Rose says, if it would have had a difficulty rating, maybe it would not be as disappointing. Marlene says, not as bad as folding paper. Yes, I agree. I don't like the folding paper ones. Yeah, I mean, I've talked a little bit about how I think it could be fixed a little. Mechanically, the game works well, although I remember having the same weird struggle with the first Cold Case Crackers. It's like the disconnect is, here's a super easy game where it feels like almost the hardest part of it is figuring out what does the game really want when it says 2 artifacts identify the key witnesses. That was a weird thing because like the thing that really identified the key witnesses were these, but these aren't on that list. So do you mean this one because this can give us the person's name? So a little clunky with that kind of stuff. And then there's some logical things too, like you go to the web server, right? And the web server said, we're probably not going to be able to bring it up here. The web server said username and password password is password hint is date of Statue of Liberty, even before you put in a username. Stuff like that is weird. Like little misses. But I like the story of trying to catch a terrorist and finding a key witness and all that. There was also the issue of the accomplice. Like it said, let's take a look at this for a second. Let me see if I missed something. You've identified Carol Woolridge, who tells us about a man on the train talking to someone asking for help, right? Okay. Our key witness says the person who planted the bomb was talking to someone on a cell phone asking for help. Now, and then it says, who's the accomplice? Now, that's a bit buggy because first of all, we found which was the accomplice. What we found when we studied the evidence there is that this guy is the bomb expert. Psychologically, I decided, well, he shouldn't be the nervous guy talking to someone for help. So maybe he's the mastermind, not the guy planting the bomb. But so it was clear this was the answer that it wanted. So when we gave it this answer that this was the accomplice, then it took us to the interview of him where he says, I never met the guy. I only talked to him online. That's a bit of a problem, though, because from our witness, the bomb guy who planted it was talking to someone on the phone. So that already contradicts this guy's story. But also, it's not clear. This guy says he wasn't involved beyond giving him plans. So we should assume that the guy on the train was not this guy, or it was this guy. It seems like the game is now telling us that the person on the train was our suspect, and he was talking to this guy on the phone. Like, that's a disconnect. And when we figured this guy out, we had no way of really knowing whether this guy was the accomplice or the main subject. The only reason we put his name in is because he was the only person's name we had. So this was a bit of a misfire. And then what he said didn't quite jibe with the story. So a bit of a mess. I wouldn't really recommend this, though I would recommend the other case. Not that it was bad, it's just, it's hard to find the right audience. It wasn't difficult enough for an experienced group, but it was a frustrating and misfiring in ways that I wouldn't recommend it to a beginner group. If someone has a different theory about the accomplice part, I'd like to hear it. Well, still a fun experience, as always, playing with this group. And the group did save me from making mistakes, or at least recovering from some mistakes. Not opposed to playing the other 2 cold case crackers, actually 3 more, but I only have 2 more. This has been a little bit of a cautionary tale about buying these games used, though. I would worry that it would happen more frequently, but I believe this is the first time that we've actually gotten a little bit bit by something not being filed away. I don't know. There's certainly no documents that we've seen that tells us what's in each envelope, which is a shame. I wish all the games provided that information. Some companies do provide that information on their website. Deadbolt Mystery Society does that. It's possible we didn't look at the hints here. I wonder if it might make sense to talk about whether the hints in this game are any good. Let's see. What is your tip line phrase code? I don't even know how to... Okay, let's take a look. If you have trouble, you can access the tip line, and for phase 1, 241302. Okay, let's see what this looks like. 241302. So if you try to get hints, what do you get? You get audio hints. Let's see what the transcript says. Oh, sorry, I'm still not showing it to you. Okay, so this is the hint. You've only got 1 hint for phase 1. It says, well, I work for the train company. I'm the one who sent over the passenger manifest. Hope it'll help you find the key witnesses. Really seems like the witness statements describe them really well. If only we knew what they looked like. All right, so not much by the way of hints here, but maybe it doesn't need it. Now, what about if you want to reassemble this game? Anyway, does it give you any information about reassembling it? Background from the original detective. What's this? This game is great for these people. Can you crack the case? Doesn't seem like there's a list of reconstruction. That's a shame. DJ Moneycut says, my guess is Vaughn was just trying to minimize his involvement and not telling us about talking on the phone. Okay, that's fair enough. So our subject was on the train, you think? Melissa says, don't worry, when I send the Escape the Crate games, they are back exactly as it comes. They do offer a reset list when you finish. A reset list is a really nice thing. It's a shame I don't see one here. Maybe there is one still on the website somewhere that we haven't come across, but I don't see it. All right, well, we're going to stop here. 5-hour gameplay. So we had a little special, unannounced, unscheduled, or short notice scheduled gameplay on a Saturday afternoon. Let me know if you want to see more weekend, afternoon, early morning streams. I'll see some of you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time for our third letter of Dear Holmes. Then I'll be gone next week, but I will try, if I can, to put up a couple of reviews of the games we've played recently, spoiler-free reviews in the interim. And then I'll see you again next weekend. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.